Morning, dudes. Good morning. What the heck is going on here? There are just no rings out there like mine. 2 div, 8 div. Like, that's pretty crazy. Accuracy's throwing everything off. Well, shit. Oh, they want 8 for that one, so I'm going pretty deep on that too. Might as well. When in Rome, we have a citadel here. We don't know what it is yet. And we got a bunch of everything. We're gonna see. We can't go that way. We have to go this way. Okay. Oh, but we have to do this first. Fuck me. Alright, there's no way around that other than going all the way around. Okay. We're gonna get some shit keys. I should probably turn on my chatbot. Chatbot, engaged. It's coming online. It wants to say hi to you today. I bought a new ring, so we put our old ring in here for sale. We got this bad boy. That gets us straight on all our resistances other than chaos, of course. It bumps us up some more spirit, some more life, some more shield, but most importantly, I think it might bump us up. No, I thought it might bump us up to the 12 arsonist, but it doesn't. I should see if I can summon the lightning. Okay. Oh, sheesh. Sheesh. Storm Mage. Nope, that's 33. But it was worth a look, see. Good God. So we're trying to run without the background removal today. See if that helps with the crashing. We're doing whatever it takes. Whatever it takes. In hopes that we can get through some of these really incredible breach maps, you know. Having a good time, but we need to be able to get through the map. Burning ground. I like shit maps. Ugh. I have a wild hair up my ass. There's a 12er. I was gonna say, I know I got some 12s and 13s in here.
Go on. Yes?
Nice. All the same price. Oh, no. I don't think it really matters.
What is it?
All right. Do I not have 40 decks anymore? Oh, shit. Thought I had dex items in here. Oh, they're 35 decks. That's why. Mm. Well, we only need 5 more, so as well.
Yes.
I think we got a few decks in here already. There's one right there.
I must keep calculating.
$45 decks for that one. And here we go again.
What is it?
So we keep going
Feast
lower and
on
lower on the
flesh.
intellect there. Yeah. American Mage. They just stuck with the 3 on the cleric, but they put a lightning penetration. So, yeah. How much are those worth? Yeah, it's not that much. I think we'd have to. I don't think I have a lightning penetration though, so I'm gonna have to make one. Lightning penetration. It is exactly what there it is. I can't use it. T-Tex. We just keep going lower. I mean, our intelligence needs to be pretty high, so I don't know how low we can keep going. Intelligence 105 on that one. Like I can't go very. I don't know if I can go any lower. 105. Oh yeah, I'm at 207. I'm stupid. Never mind. 178. 205. Okay, that's what I was looking at. 205 for that level skeletal arsonist. I would imagine it's even more for a higher level. And we're at 207. So if we do lose next, we will fuck ourselves. So we will hopefully find something. I mean, we can go look for a better gloves. Energy shield gloves. Let's see what we got. Let's see. It's got to be a pretty banger set of gloves for us to swap them out, though. So we need energy shield, max life, fire resist. And Dex. Maybe all stat. So there's our old ones. $148. Lightning instead of fire, though. I mean, I'd kind of like rarity on it too, if possible. Well, let's go look on the boards. Clear. Filter. Item category. Gloves. The glove of love. What are we looking for? We are looking for plus to energy shield. And we are looking for So plus the maximum energy, plus the energy shield percent. And max life, fire resist. And all stat. Items found. Dex instead of all stat. Do have those. And they are expensive. Oh my god. People want to forge it. Okay. Nope. I guess no light. Well, yeah, no lightning pen because I can't go down any farther. In fact, I need to be going the opposite direction. I should find a ring with Allstat on it. Sorry, Ringo. A Ringo ate me, baby. I'm playing. It's going to be a run through. Too bad you can't run through and just kill the boss and get out on some of these. But it's also good. You have to engage with the map. But some of these. Just want to get done and move on, you know? Wow, wow, wow.
Ancient fool!
You know, I did this for speed to get through here, doing this on level 1.
Death is my
But now I'm kind
power
of curious to see what the boss looks like at level 1. You know what I mean? But I don't know if there is a boss on this one. It's ridiculous. The odd shape map.
It's about time.
It's extremely weird because I swore I saw him down here, but I could be wrong. I think some of these guys blink on us for some reason. Where is he? He's not there. This game is bullshit. Well, we're through that one. Now for this one. Should I bump up? Let's see if I can get rarity on that. I left it in there, didn't I? I hate that it doesn't pop out. But then again, I'd probably say I hate it if it did pop out.
True strength comes from within, and I know for a fact you are empty.
Now! Death is my power to wield.
So laggy. So it's not me. That's not my rig. There's nobody on. My speed is fine. My internet's fine. Like I can feel the air coming out of my computer's fans right now, and it's cold. This is all server side, and I'm getting pissed off with it. And same with the crashes. Like they need to fucking fix this. It's been a month now. Fix this shit. It's bad. Some people have been having trouble like this since the start too. I can't even imagine. I wouldn't play. I wouldn't play this game if this is how it was for me all the time.
I need more mana.
Yeah, and that just the fucking delirium just ended, even though I just fucking shit on a delirium pal right there. It did nothing. And now look at my character trying to catch up on speed. And then get slowed down. I fucking hate this. This is the shit. This happened on my first copper. No, my second copper. And lost the map for me, which is, you know, the most valuable one. Honestly, like 3 of them, they're about 2.5 div each. You take those numbers, you know. I lost 7-8 div by losing that map. Probably more like 5, but. And now look at this shit. Slow and then fast, slow and then fast. Like, my character doesn't run that fast.
It's about time.
Like, it's got to be a simple fix. Like, these guys are professionals, right? Like, this is a pretty big issue.
I can create better. Death, take you.
We're gonna finish this before we start that, because it's laggy as fuck.
How useful.
Nice. Just in case we crash. Can't take any chances anymore. See, look at this lag, dude.
More mana. None can oppose me.
So laggy, I can't even take this out of my fucking bags. Ridiculous.
I think not.
Why can I not take this fucking thing out of my bag? Oh my god. So annoying. So fucking annoying. And now it's all gone. Now all the lag is magically just disappeared. Magic. It's all magic. It's magically delicious. I hate that so much. That's so annoying. Man, we have amazing amounts of RAM, so it can't be that. Yeah, 20%. We're only using 20% of our memory right now.
Yes?
Yeah. 226. Like a perfect one's 250, right? Yeah. Three, four, five. I don't really care what it says. I'll put whatever I want on there. If it sells, it sells. If it doesn't, but people are gonna fucking buy them no matter what. I'm gonna put in it because I don't care. Lists. Is that catalyst good? Ish. Shut up. 5 spirit, but then strength. I mean, it might be worth trying. I don't think I'm going to go any farther. Maybe, well, maybe one more. Maybe one more. Yeah. 6 all res. Okay, now we're done. No, 71 spirit. Oh. No, we're done. we weren't going to bump it, and then we ended up bumping the shit out of it. It's always the way it goes. A ton of spirit. I wonder if somebody would be like, oh, I fucking want that. Nah, I'm not even gonna fucking bother. 78, 72. I got enough. I got enough for all those. Two, 72. $78. 72.
What is it? Speak. Well, what is it?
49 increased damage to allies. If we could get spirit and skill on that, that could be a banger. We didn't. I'm not gonna. Alright. Wasted a bunch of mats today. We'll get rid of that one. We're never finding another one that low.
Yes.
Junk. Making junk. I like making junk. Alright, continuing on. Oh, shit. Yeah, we're good. Shocking ground. Do the shocking ground on this one because it's delirium and we don't give a fuck. We don't give a fuck about delirium because delirium doesn't give a fuck about us.
You are the cause of great misery.
Insolent wretch!
See, now no lag. Why? Why? Why are some breaches and some delirium super laggy and others have none? I don't know. I'll tell you what, it's annoying as fuck. Stupid delirium. Stupid fucking delirium. At this rate, it'll take me a year to get one delirium run, you know? It's just ridiculous.
I need more mana. It's about time.
Oh, they're all way over there. Look at that.
I will put you down.
What can I do for you?
Mm, mm, mm. There's no shield on it. That's got a truckload of life and mana with +2 skill. Why is it not even let me? That's weird. There's just no other ones out there like this. Okay, well, we'll see what happens. Getting closer. I fucking hate this map, dude. Map is so broken up, so difficult for my minions to path on. Good thing it's low level. A little faster because of that. My melee minions will chop and slop pretty decently if they can get through.
Another corpse to serve me.
I still need to equip a second set of weapons so I can weapon swap and get them to teleport closer to me. Shouldn't have to do that, but
Another corpse to serve me.
there's the swirly twirly gumdrops at least.
Death. Now!
Not the best, but we'll take it because we don't know if we're going to crash or not,
From fate.
right? Because the crashes, they are coming plenty these days.
I hate to destroy beauty. No.
What is it?
What can I do for you?
Obey me!
There's so many things that can kill you after the fact in this game. I don't like that either. At all. That one pisses me off legit.
Another corpse to serve me.
Speak.
What can I do for you?
It's got quite a few different things on it. It's not worth anything though. Alright. Let's light this bad boy up. Copper, so that's good. Let's go. Shit on the ground. Shit on the ground. And good ground doesn't bother me. Those are not bad. In actuality. Resistance. The ones with 50% resistance are rough ones. That one. We'll just burn that one.
Get out of my way!
And there's our first crash of the day. There it is. I fucking hate this game so much right now. I mean, we turned off our background removal. We turned off a lot of stuff. It's not us. It's not. Because if I pop Steam open, library, Path of Exile 2, community. Love losing 2 days of XP. And 2 quick deaths. Yeah. That one's just a bitch, but how do I go back? see. There's one. That's one. When can we expect public apology coming for GGG from GGG regarding them refusing to address not only the soft crashes, what we just had, but the hard crashes, freezing the PC? We've had that too, as well. One would wonder if GG is responsible for any damages that comes to our PCs. And that thing is, how many response? That's got 265 comments on that one. That's fucking great. Zazarian took down Rob's video with explanation of situation. Huh. That's kind of interesting. Taking anything from viewers and friends pretty frowned upon in the community. I took a shortcut after the Christmas break and benefited from gear that was not mine. I will continue to play together with friends. I will definitely be more mindful about taking hand. What's wrong with hands up and borrowed gear? Fuck that. Fuck Caesarian. A little fucking soy boy. That guy needs a fucking wallop in his... Fucking... I hate these fucking uppity clones that are like, oh, I'm too good for that. Fuck you. Oh, you don't trade on me. Fuck you. Play the fucking game. Shut your mouth. Like, I'm not a big fan of Rob's, don't get me wrong. He does okay. But... What?
You kissed your wife with that?
You're on stream now. I turned off the background a little bit, doing some kissing. Yeah. Some streamer was talking shit about another streamer. You're looking good.
And this? They talking about you?
Oh, no.
They were talking about you.
Yes, that it was me that was talking about, but I'm a big timer. I'm the big time.
Uh-huh.
Well, you were sleeping, so I didn't think that banging nails in the wall would be. Yeah, no, babe. I'll figure it out. Hi. It's
You mean
now. Look like a doll.
How do you know?
After you look like a keeper.
Rude.
There's coffee down there.
Thanks.
Relax the mundo, Rafael. Relax the mundo.
No, I get excited too.
Why are you slobbering all over me, dude? Yeah, that. Like that. Yeah. Okay, that's enough. Take off. Gross, honey.
Did they listen to you?
I don't know. Probably. Oh my god. Somebody's like, I don't like Ziz too much, but I also find it cringe that you play with handout gear. What do you... Everybody does that. People that have friends play with other friends' gears. I hate that so much. These fucking uppity little bitches. Fuck Ziz, though. Fuck that guy. Alright, let's go back to what we were doing. Is there any fixes to the fucking... I doubt it. Okay, I was having very continuously until okay, I was crashing very continuously until I activated max foreground and background FPS and it didn't. And VSync, no crashes since. Okay, well we'll look into that. Let's look into that right now. Options. So activated. I mean, limit the frame rate to the monitor refresh rate. Frame tearing can't be cured, but dropping below the monitor refresh rate might cause micro stutter. Okay, lock. No, adaptives. I think adaptive might be actually better. Okay, and then he said foreground and background. I already did that. I'm still having it. Maybe triple buffering. I don't know. Multi-threading, maybe. Well, I don't know, because we want multi-threading, right? More than half the bug reports on the forums are crashes and hard crashes. Somebody's like, oh, I had problems, but I got more RAM. I have 64 gigs of RAM. That's not, I'm using 20% of my RAM, so that's not it for me. PoE 2 bug page is pretty hefty. Holy shit, this one has some fucking DOS to it. bug report page. People just reposting some of these. Like this one's got 6,464. People just quoting it. (24H2) installed. I have never had a crashing problem. Maybe I reinstall. Maybe I reinstall. That's an option. People are like, check your log files and see why it's crashing. And people are like, we did that, you dumbass. This was the tower, right? I think. Didn't get very far in it.
Get out of my way! Death, take you!
So we can't even do like I don't even want to do citadels and stuff. We're just gonna find them until they fix all the crashing. It might be something that we just don't do. You know, unless we have just a ton of them or something. We might just stop doing citadels because I'd rather not do a citadel than lose it to crashing, which has happened already on a copper, which is the expensive one. You know, 260 exalts per stone. That's a shitload. It's 200 more than the regular ones.
Go on.
What can I do for you?
That's actually a really good start.
Hello.
You can get run speed on that. did not. Still pretty good though. That's still a lot of shield. Somebody might want it. Went div. Fuck yeah. I'll fucking sell that. Or div all day long. No run speed. I mean, it still is a fucking great. You know, a teleporter's gonna want that. I'm still gonna load up maps with breaches. I don't even care. Big one. Ooh, but that's rarity. Rarity around this, we have to go with that. Even though everything is kind of irradiated there already. That's a fucking banger. That's a fucking banger. Like what increase? I'm down for increasing the rarity. Is there something else down there too? A little fucking village going on there. Maybe there's something down there. Okay, well, we are here officially. We could do this. Just so we have easy access when it's better, I guess. Or we can start making our way down here. Yeah, we'll start making our way down there. Making our way downtown, walking fast.
Ancient fool!
A lot of shocking ground right there. I don't think we're going to have multiple breaches on this map. Oh my god, they're all down there. We did like the wrong side of the map, you know what I mean? We did a half of the map already. And it's like completely the wrong side.
Death, take you.
Fucking graphics are choppy as shit, man. I'm not happy with how this game is playing. It could be all the fucking lightning. Could be our map being open all the time. I don't know. Maybe I'll play without the map for a while and see what happens. Maybe that's it. Maybe it doesn't like rendering that giant fucking map all the time. We still haven't found the breach. Fuck, as I'm saying it. Look at me run. I'm a grown up. Amber, amber. Take that. And we can turn the graphics down. I just don't think that does anything.
Of course. Greetings.
Triple resist. Worth nothing. Just a triple resist is a fucking great triple resist. Worth nothing. Does it need to be worth something? So the patch discussion is going to happen today, so we might watch that. We'll see. When is that going on? When is that supposed to happen? It's 12:30 my time, so 2 hours from now. Hello? Interesting. Can I add that? I'm gonna see if I can add that little fucking. I'm learning. See? I'm learning. Nice. Look at that. That's cool. It's fucking loud as shit, but add that a little bit. All right. Cool. Now we are streaming the stream. Let's see. Make it a little. Oop. Make it a little bit bigger. Okay. There we go. Now we can continue on with this. It's too bad about that fucking focus. It actually looks kind of good though, doesn't it? It's not like it has potential, but I don't care what people say. I can do what I want. Oh. Now let's see what those look like. $60. 3 div. That 3 div has twice as much spell damage. So let's put ours in for 50x. Amazing what just a couple will do for you, right? What's that look like? Almost 50, which is better than ours. So we'll put ours in for what? 40? It's arbitrary, however. That's garbage. Unfortunately, we're waiting for that perfect minion one. The perfect minion to drop. We done in there? I think we were. It's cool. Look at my little timer. I'm scaled. I got scales. What if I change the page? What's it look like? Yeah. 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 Let's see. What are we doing? We're pathing. Pathing down here. So we want, it doesn't really matter what it is. We got one more bubble to level 95, which is grueling. To level in this game. Like, you really need like a full group, I think, in this game to maximize your leveling, which kind of sucks, to be honest.
I can create better.
Because what if you wanted to play solo self-found, which I think I'm gonna do next.
Another corpse to serve me.
Usually if there's a little screen tearing there, that's okay. I'll take the screen tearing. Usually if there's one rare, there's usually more around, so we'll do the little circle. They love to group the rares up in this game. But I was wrong. Sometimes they're off by themselves, and this is one of those cases. I do not like playing without this up, but we're trying everything to see if it helps, you know?
How useful.
We turned off all our cosmetics. That guy looks cool.
None can oppose me.
Wonder if we log in and out after every map. Clear our cache, maybe? You know what I mean? There, they popped.
Another corpse to serve me. No.
See that little screen stutter going on?
Go on. What can I do for you?
Definitely had that one before. Spirit. And that's it. And it's low spirit too. Pretty good res on that. I like their live stream music more than I like their regular music. Strength. Come on, energy shield. That's it. Gonna get anything back out of that? Oh, are you fucking kidding me? We'll post it. I doubt anybody's gonna buy it, but we'll post it. Let's do 75 because I don't have faith in it. Just not in the rings. $78. Burning ground. We'll save that for the. Save that for the tower. The Tower of Power.
None can oppose me. A beautiful murder. It's about time.
Imagine if we had a scepter that had plus to damage. Like, that would be so incredible. These guys already fucking walked through most of this. It'd be like running with a totem up all the time. The Howler. A corpse explosion's cool. It's just the slowest fucking cast. Like by the time it gets off, everything's already dead. And I have cast speed on it. Oh, there's a guy over there. Death Shrieker, the Brain Eater.
Death is my power to wield.
We like those 11s. Those 11 rares, we pick those up. We use those on breaches. Makes it super fast, super easy. You know, because they lag. And I have to assume they lag because they preload all the monsters or something.
I will feast on your soul.
App complete.
No.
Now. How about yeah? Tell me no. She's always saucy like that.
Speak. Yes.
I doubt it's worth anything. $10. I'm kind of at the point where I don't want to work with 10s either anymore. Alright, let's do this. Tower. Oh, let's get, what kind of stone? Oh, shit, I was right. Look at that. Look at that. There's another one. There's one right there. And there's another one coming up. I'm a genius. Wait, let's do, irradiated, maybe? Or waystone. Let's do waystone. We'll find something with high waystone. Help the dungeon. It's irradiated, has high waystones. Okay. 11, 20. Pull that one out. 17. Rare mobs. Waystones and rarity. I think I gotta go with that. And 9 maps. That's fucking saucy. This one's actually really good here too, though. Wait. Yeah, that one right there. That one's pretty saucy too, because it's Waystones and rare mobs. But we'll go with that other one. Burning Ground. We love Burning Ground. It's our favorite mod. Not only does it possibly cause the game to crash, but it eats up our shield. If we stand in it, it'll kill us. Like, there's just so many positives about it. It's just the best. You can barely see it, which makes it really nice. You can't decipher it from like just trash that's burning on the ground, because they have that in the game too. Like, it's just an all-around win.
You should have served me. It's about time. Can oppose me.
I think support gems should stop dropping once you get to a certain point. But there was a rare there. Did he just drop nothing? Iron, copper. It's fucking awesome. I can pop around this way and go check this too. Like, I could do these, but I'm worried I'm gonna crash out. Because this fucking game is dog shit right now, unfortunately. Do that one. I'm gonna do this one right here for sure. We'll do a 16 on that. I think I have a 16 around. Is it in my hold bag? Nope. Nothing. I must have used it already. Shit on the ground. No shit on the ground. That's good. Okay. I'll come back to that. I'm missing something. What do I normally put right there? Oh. Alright. Start pathing. We'll save the rarity. Half an hour, 29 minutes, and 52 seconds left. Oh, this is a good map, too. That's too bad. You know what? I'm tired of this. Let's go ahead and... It's time to start getting used to the new way to play. What's the block on that? 35? Ooh. Yeah, it's fine. Why is it, if we switch out, we lose everything? Oh, because we need intelligence on a weapon. Let's see. Yeah, we can put that on part 2. Yeah. Now we have the weapon swap. We're just going to make sure that we swap right. So X. Okay, double tap X and we're good. Test it out here in a second. How do we know which one we're doing, though? That could be problematic, huh? I wish it showed us somewhere, you know, which weapon status we were on.
Flesh.
Why does it say 26? That's awesome. Every time we hit it, it goes up. Look, it's fucking so dumb. 48. So we got 48 minions right now. That's not correct. Clearly. A little bit of a glitch there for you. And now we got none. There they are. 56. No, it says we have 56. It's so dumb. $57.
Another corpse to serve me.
That'd be funny as shit if it actually did do that, though. Like, every time you resummon them, like, they got stronger or something.
It's about time.
Pretty fucking hilarious. No, I have no minions. It says 57. What happens if we go to town?
Yes.
Goes back down to 11.
Of course
That's good.
it is.
It's just a clerical error. Lightning damage, lightning penetration. That would probably sell very well to a spark mage. 5s, 10s, 30s. It's kind of nice. Still has not lit up all the rares yet.
Death is my power to wield. You should have served me.
Fucking lightning in the middle of all this, that's awesome. Oh my god. This is gonna be awesome. It's all kind of trapped in the middle, you know? Our monsters. Cold damage. We want logbooks. Where are the fucking logbooks at? There's none. But this is straight monsters over here. We like straight monsters. There's not a lot of monsters down this way, but there is that. Not a lot down here either. Increased rares is what we want. Right there. How far can't quite hit it from there, so this real quick.
I hope you know what you're doing.
It's not enough. I want an extra one. I want 2 down that way. So, how do we get that rare?
I wonder what you'll unearth.
Yeah. That's good. We want this cluster right here. The cluster. We're just begging for it. Where's all my minions? There they are. No logbook, but we'll take it.
Obey me.
Stay safe.
Not great, but you know, what are you gonna do? All right. Let's go up this way.
None can oppose me.
My king nears.
Now!
Sins of the mother.
Map complete.
It's about time. I think not.
Yeah, we'll come back. We'll come back. We'll pay. We're gonna take it all. We don't care.
Go on.
What can I do for you?
$14 to find out how they're going to affect the game moving forward. We want that one and that one. So we'll do this one. Then we can do this one, this one. If this goes over to there, we'll do that. If not, we'll probably come down here to this tower. We want to see what's down here. Oh, we can't do that one. That's interesting. All minutes.
Remnants of a dead empire.
Well, so far we have done like 3 or 4 dungeons with no overlay of the map. We're just rocking it in the side there, and it's been pretty stable. Is that the issue? Could be.
Another corpse to serve me.
I wonder if they'll address the crashing issue. Like, that'll be the biggest thing for me, is if they actually address that. That'll be big. I mean, they should. If it was Diablo, they wouldn't. So I hold GGG to a higher standard. Hopefully they live up to that.
All part of my plan. A lovely creature.
A bit of screen tearing there. Nope, where's popped? Map complete.
Yes. Yes.
I don't know why I picked those up. Seven minutes. I think we got. We went from 12 to 7, so I think we might have enough time. If we go fast. Don't go fast. Do ship map. Do ship map. Do ship map. Mine shaft.
I can create better.
Talking about people.
Another corpse to serve me.
Dead end. 4 minutes.
You should have served me. Death is my power to wield. It's about time.
Yeah, shit, it is about time. It's 3 minutes and 30 seconds about time. Alright. Oh, and there it is. There's the crash, boys. There's the crash. Nice. So running with the map down didn't help. We still crashed. And we lost our map. Discovery on it. It's still probably there. But we lost all the discovery on it. Where we have been. So we'll go this way. In hopes that
That can create better.
there's not much left. And that's why we can't do citadels right now, because we're crashing continuously. There's not a lot going on this map either. That has a high energy shield. We'll take that. Take the chaos orb and that ring. Got 1,500 left. That's 300. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that. All right. How many rares we got left? Not much.
Sir, just what are we facing here?
There it is.
A relic of the old world. Ready your men, Captain. We will only get one chance. And remember, when you hear the whispers, call for help. Do not attack.
Oh, it's starting. It's starting.
Took them
There we go. There we go.
A mean cleave, eh, Captain? Rookie can't even lift his own sword.
I mean, that's the time of the timer's up.
Captain? It's here. Rain! Send the signal!
What the fuck?
Rain! On my back, blade up!
Come on. I'm ready. I'm ready.
That's it, right? This is the stream, I believe.
It's not.
6, 7, 8, and arguably 11.
Is this not the stream?
Run!
No, that's not the stream. I don't give a shit about that.
That's a quick one. So that's 1, 2. Well, that's 3, 4 questions to get.
Bug abusing, but who cares?
Oh, we still got an hour? What the fuck was that timer going on for
I
then?
understand the comment.
Dude, I don't have
Fucking
much luck with
blue hair
Chaos
piece of shit.
Orbs. Not that I've had bad items, but like Chaos Orbs not being not being my best.
Let's go, baby.
Come on.
I guess that's not. I guess. No, we still have an hour. Okay, well, whatever. We'll hang tight. Maybe this is like the prelude to a kiss, I guess. I don't know. The pre-reel? It's got an hour pre-reel, maybe? I think it does. Okay. Well, fuck that. That's stupid.
Speak. Time is over.
Got another one of these. Like, I don't need guard, but duration's cool. I'll take that. What? We can't... Oh, we're in the cell. Yeah. It's garbage. I mean, that's pretty good if it gets, you know... No, it's got shit lightning. And fire res, it's not really that good either. It's not good. It's not good. And that's not good. This. Chaos damage, evasion, a little bit of cold, a little bit of lightning, not great. It's a good starter ring for somebody, except it's at level 59, so trash. All right. That was pretty awesome. I like that. Like, I don't know what the duration of what. So after I kill a rare, I get, okay. We'll do that. Fucking great charm, though. I love the rarity charms. Spell damage. Spell damage is super low, though. If I could throw that away, too.
What can I do for you?
But there's fucking chest space. There's chest space. That is a truckload of base energy shield with a chaos, with intellect. If we can get lucky on this, this could be a banger. Bang banger. If we get lucky. Please give me plus energy shield and double on energy shield. That's not it. Oh yeah, it's plus 16. That's it. Could be better. Could be better. Could be a lot better. That's actually not great. Yeah, that's trash. Coulda, shoulda, woulda. That goes in the coulda, shoulda, woulda stack. You know what the coulda, woulda, shoulda stack is. Fuck. That sucks. Do we risk it? I don't think so. I think we gotta do this one. We're gonna make 16 for this one. Think we'll get lucky? I don't think we'll get lucky. Oh shit. Come on, 16. 14. Fuck you. Fuck you. It's $50 at Raz. We don't like that. It's not bad. We could do that. Come on, give us the 16. Nope. Solid. It's solid, but it's not what we want. That one's fucking great, low vivo. Let's put these in here. A decent lobby. All right. There's another rarity. Let's load it up. $16. Come on, 16. 15. Up another one, boys. It's a 120 with one bad. Let's see what that looks like when we get it jacked. $15. Nothing on the ground. 15. 570, 15. That's a good fuck. That's a great one for the Citadel. So we'll put that up here. Shit. Well, I mean, that's still really good. Hit sucks. Less energy shield, curse weakness. I mean, that's not bad. Here we go again, right? Got rarity on it. Come on, 16. 15. 425, 15. It's pretty good. 575. Keep going. Winners, keep going. That could be totally worse. $570. We like the 570s. We like the 500s. We like the 600s. Unfortunately, we need a 16. And we're willing to sacrifice as much as it takes. $295.15. So kind of basic bitch. $14. Fuck you. And we lost all our waystone. So fucking great rarity runner, but not getting very lucky right now, boys. Not very lucky right now. $16, there it is. Monster packs. Curse to 50% resistance. Fuck you. Let's see if we can make another one real quick. I know. 76. No, thank you. This is the one, and it's not. There we go. There we go. Extra packs. More rares. Monsters have crit. Monsters crit bonus. Areas contain additional essence. Ailment, bleed on hit, stun threshold. That's our Huckleberry right there. That's our Huckleberry. Alright. Jeez, that took some effort. All right. Level 82 monsters. Level 86 boss? 86 or 88? Not too bad. It's not a bad map. Let's see how this plays out. Hopefully we don't crash. Yeah, we're doing all right. We're sawing through these guys just fine. So that doesn't say that, does it? My minions.
Feast on flesh. Death is my power to wield.
Greater essence of enhancement. We like that. Is this the boss? I hope not. We don't want the boss yet. We haven't done a lot of 16s lately. We've just been pushing for citadels. Now we're kind of into them, so I'm getting a citadel every couple maps at this point. Every couple, like, screens. There's a couple of rares for you.
It's about time.
What's the squiggly line? Is that, I forgot, is that experience?
Hello.
Cold resist is fucking dog shit. I think that is experience. Yes, which is good.
Scatter before me!
Fucking 18 gem. Come on, this is the highest level in the game. You can drop me better than an 18. It's bad pathing choice. Continue the bad pathing choices till my experience shine goes away. Thank you. That's probably a boss right there. Like, it drops skill gems all day long for us, and then now it doesn't. I wonder if my intellect is too low for it to be on the loot table. Like, it may require whatever the minimum for you to use 20s is, but I'm using a 20 right now, so... we're gonna go back up there and clear that, just in case. I'm pretty sure this is the boss. Could be just traveling over. No, it's just traveling over a bridge. There they popped.
Death, take you!
Oh, there's the bosses down there. Okay. This is going to be the,
Local, need your aid.
expedition. Need to fire, stay away from that. Number of rare monsters, we like that. Ready. Quantity. Okay. Yeah, we can hit that right off the bat. It's nice.
That should make things interesting.
Hey, buddy. What's really gonna sauce your biscuit is this one right here. There's a level. Yay, 95.
Out of mana. Now.
Not on my watch.
Now what's that look like? Nothing crazy so far.
How useful.
The rewards for that needs to be better. Yeah, I'm not unsatisfied, but it's not like overly. It's 19. That should have been a 20. You know what I mean? Like, it's not. Where's the wow factor? Should I pick that up just because? Not great. I don't think. I don't know. I don't play that. So.
Is my power to wield.
Where's the greater essences? We only got one in like forever, dude. Junk. Alright, let's go do the boss.
I will put you down.
These are pretty high level right here. That's not good. There we go. There we go. There we go.
How useful. Too much clutter.
Okay, well, we will be back. That was not bad, but you know, where are the fucking
Speak.
uncut skill and spirit gems? It's fucking junk. I'm pretty sure this is junk, but we'll check it. That's for +3. I think it's junk. Good lightning resist, shit fire resist, good chaos resist, rarity. I don't. Somebody's gonna want that. That's 4 div without 2 of the things I have on mine. So 6 all at, energy shield, mana, strength, fire resist. That's pretty solid. Two div. Jesus Christ. Is this what endgame loot is like? And that is dog shit. I'll go more. I don't give a fuck. There's more waystones to play with at least.
Speak.
Let's take a look-see in here. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. So many possibilities with an extra point. So many possibilities. Could go over here. Crit strike bonus. Probably not. Let's see what other people do, shall we? Passive. Got you. They're doing this, which I don't like. So 40% chance of crit is only like, it takes it from like 5 to 7. That's not good. Like you literally have to start stacking it, just get up like 20% chance. A lot of people are doing that one. Dex is added to the minions. I'm not sure what that'll do to them, but some people are doing this. Yeah, crit hit chance. Crit hit chance. Crit hit chance. Crit hit chance. Damage bonus. And then you stack that. So, I mean, if you're level 100, maybe that's good, but right now it's pretty dog shitty. What overlay do? Oh, that's a sidekick. I use sidekick. That's what I use. Let's get some more mana. What about mana? Convert all energy shield to mana. That's a fucking solid go-to. Mana regeneration, manager. I mean, that's not bad. Or should we go for another gem slot? See that? If we took that with that other one, where's that other one? Convert energy shield to mana, and then all damage taken from mana before life. That's not a bad option. 3% damage recouped as energy. You know what? I think I'm just going to take more shield. I'm just going to take more shield. Clear that out. We've got so much shield that we can get. There's another 15 there, 15 there, 15 there. Yeah, we'll just do that. That's fine. $12 and 9. We still got 20 minutes before. Let's see. I don't know. Should we try doing this at all? I think we're gonna do this first, no matter what. But elemental resistance, yeah, we fucking chew those up in these towers. Use the shitty ones in our towers. We just leveled though. We don't give a shit if we die, but I mean we do. five chests there, and not a single thing that is like, okay, that's cool. No. Frozen. Okay with that. There we go. Nice and easy. Quick and fast. Get out of here. Get out of here. I think the spots that are empty, I think those are the areas that have. So I feel like there's a bunch of citadels around this. It's awesome. So there's one, there's two, there's three. And I think there's another one down here. I told you. Like, I think it's where there's not bodies. There's shit that you want. You know what I mean? You know what I mean, Vern? Is there anything up here? Doesn't look like it. There might be over here, but... So how do we path down there? We have to actually go through the Citadel to path down there. No, we don't. We can go right there. But we can't get to that one. There's no path. There's no path. We have to path down this way to it. There's no pathing at all. So let's do that. Because, I mean, we're not doing Citadels right now because we're just going to crash. So let's do that. Fuck it, right? You know what we should do? We should use those ones that got 0 waystone on them. Those two. Or the blanks. We use those for the blanks. Awesome. I love seeing all those citadels. I'd like to see more copper citadels, but I'll take what I can get. Now it's going to drop uncut skill gems for days.
Now.
For days. In the, you know, plus whatever dungeon, we got none. And in this one, well, we got like 2 or 3, but they weren't 20s. They were 18s, 119. Always out of mana, because my mana is so low. You know, we gotta go down there. Nothing's in there. There's a guy right there. What's his name? Marrower the Limb Terror? I love it.
Death, take you. It's about time.
It is about time. She's such a shit talker, dude.
That can create better.
Ooh. No, Pearl. A Pearl. Emerald kind of sucks. Volatile 1, maybe, though.
None can oppose me. It's about time.
Ooh, it sounded like we're about to crash there. Sounded like it.
What can I do for you?
Spell damage, mana. Ah. 5 all, socket. Like, nobody wants accuracy anymore. Or ever. For that matter. That one, though. And we might see what we can do with it. Junk. We keep hoping. We keep hoping. This next one is, can we do it? Yeah, we can go there. So we're going to need a tablet. What tablet do we want? Let's do a breach tablet. That's a fucking prime area for breach. Even though it fucking lags the shit out of us. Actually, we want Waystone because of that. So let's go for Waystone, which is irradiated. Irradiated maps have the Waystone on them. 20%. That's going to be our Huckleberry. Ship map. Traverse.
I can create better. Death, take you. All part of my plan.
Nice, that worked out well. I'm gonna keep checking it for the longest time until I get confident that I hit that right. Oh shit. That's a fine how do you do. See, I didn't hit it back. I didn't hit it back right. It does. It's not fluid, you know.
You should have served me. None can oppose me.
This is the most loot out of a tower I've gotten in forever. That's kind of hilarious, actually. What do you think about it? So we'll let them kill that guy. There it is. So there's nothing on this side. Maybe. Maybe. I know. You're reading the bones. I'm reading the bones. Leave me alone.
What is it? Hello?
Too bad. It's too bad. It'd be nice if that one leaked. Oh. Get that stinky link. It sucks. We gotta go all the way around the bottom. But 'tis the life we lead, sirs. 'Tis the life we lead.
I can create better.
I haven't got a divine today at all. Find that interesting. I like my natural divine drops. I like my perfect jewelers drops too. We got one of those the other day. That was cool. We got 2.5 div for that. Boss? I think so. What's up, boss?
Depraved witch.
Plus 1 level boss.
Not long for
Plus
this
5 level
world.
boss. Get him, boys. Get him, boys.
Will never surrender.
Yeah. Get him.
Cut
Get
down,
him.
perish.
Got minions for life, baby.
A gift.
Somebody
from
wants
fate.
this for 35 exalt. Yeah, I kind of get that. They just spamming me?
Speak.
Could be.
Go.
Greetings.
Okay. That's okay. They can spam me. Ah, that's shitty. That'd be really good chest if I get a second energy on that, though. Oof. Like a 90. Oof. Oh, there he is. Look at that. Just took forever. Which tab was that in? Belts. +1 charm slot. Wait. 35. That's what I thought, bitch. You trying to rip me off, dickhead. Kick my party. Thank you. Bye bye. I paid for a bunch of my stones. Yeah. All right. Found some more stones. All right, let's take the chance on this. We've got 2 chances to get like a T7 energy shield on it, or a T8. That'd be cool if we got a T12, but that would be cool if we get anything. Come on, energy shield. That wasn't it. That wasn't it either. Piece of shit. Piece of shit. It's not worth anything. It's not worth anything. Fuck you. That's not worth that much. It's 500. That's got the big spirit on it. That's why. Well, Well, the highest one's 9, so we'll go down below that. 7. That's what I think it's worth. No, actually, I don't think it's worth that, but if we, let's see, 1230. Okay, shit. I think it's time, right? Is it only streaming on Twitch? Yeah. I gotta watch a fucking commercial? Are you serious? Fucking commercial bullshit. You list items by having public stash tabs. So like if you go to my stash, like that, this, ah, damn it, I did it again. This one is, there's no affinity. This one, let's see, is public.
Now, let's talk about visibility of effects. Many maps have too much clutter, preventing effects on the ground from rendering, causing you to be unable to see and dodge them. We both changed the level of clutter on some maps and changed some effects to make sure that they're always visible. In addition, elemental explosion effects have had visibility improved. Stick around for longer before they explode, and disappear without exploding if a rare monster dies. Volatile plants are also way easy to see before they explode. Now we've also increased the zoom level on the Atlas, done a pass on various terrain collision issues in many maps. We've also improved the load times of opening the world map and Atlas panel. And we also now show the biome of a map on the hover for it. For other in-game content systems, we're focusing on getting all the rewards in line with what they should be. For Delirium, we recently fixed a bug which caused Delirium monsters to just not spawn after the starting part. And we've also buffed the rate of simulacrums dropping by 20% to make it more in line with the rate of finding the...
Still not enough simulacrums. It's not even close to Breach. Not even close.
Made omens now appear in the ritual tribute window 60% more often. For Expedition, we've improved the rarity from the shops, but we'll be wanting to make some more substantial changes to the rewards for this league later on. Now, one of the major concerns that we're often seeing is that getting to play Pinnacle content just takes too long, and that when you do finally get there, you only get one attempt and don't get a chance to learn the boss. In order to address these concerns, we're making the following changes. First, we're making the Citadel spawn closer to the center of the Atlas, and we've also added an effect so you can see them in the fog of war from further away. This makes them much easier to find.
Oh wow, that's cool.
To address the problem of only having one attempt, on the Arbiter of Ash you will now get up to 6 respawn attempts. Respawns can only be triggered by the person who put in the keys, and everyone on your party will be respawned at the same time. Leaving the map still forfeits your attempt, so you'll still need to fight the boss with the build you walked into the map with. Higher difficulties of the boss will lower the number of respawn attempts you get, but you should know the mechanics of the fight by then, right? Now, we'll also be adding respawns to other Pinnacle content as well over time. Another thing that players have noticed is that there are less keys from Faradin Citadels on the market, and thought that it was because the Citadel spawns less often. It turns out though that this is just because the boss kills players more often than the others. We've made a few changes to that boss to bring it in line with the other bosses. A lot of people have reported that many of our unique items are feeling underwhelming. Uniques are often designed to be build enabling at high levels, even if they're low level uniques. But we realize that we do need to make sure that more uniques feel powerful when you first get them at low levels too. In this patch we are buffing a lot of uniques. These changes should make finding uniques at lower levels a lot more fun, and make subsequent character playthroughs more fun too when you have some great uniques to use. We're also changing a few other things to make finding rares better at higher levels too. First, we're changing mod weightings a bit to make sure that there are less bad mods. Another fix is making high tier items no longer cull the highest tier modifier of a given mod type. This bug caused bows and crossbows to not spawn with attack speed at tier 5 rarity, and rings to not spawn with life at tier 5 rarity. Another change we're making is to make it so that socketables such as runes can now be overwritten with another socketable.
Oh, that's badass.
Now, as we continue to play, we still find many balance anomalies with specific monsters or bosses that can be nasty if you encounter them. This patch contains a pass adjusting a large number of those monsters and bosses. We'll save the full list for the patch notes, but there are a significant number of changes here that should address many cases where monsters or bosses felt too hard in certain circumstances. Here are a few examples to get a taste of what kind of changes you can expect. The Silverfist Commander roll now does a lot less damage. Plague Bearer's Detonate Dead can no longer be used from off-screen and has better telegraphing. Forsaken Miners throw less grenades, have improved visuals, and deal less damage. And Lost Men Zealots can no longer meteor you from off-screen either, as well as many other changes just like those. One of the big issues for players on consoles is that the web-based item filter system is currently not working. This means that they can't use item filters like the PC users can. For 0.1.1, we'll be enabling the same system that PoE 1 has, which allows you to subscribe to item filters on the website. For now, this will be done on the PoE 1 website.
That's nice for the console guys.
As fast as possible. Later on, we'll improve the user experience of this and put it on the Path of Exile 2 website. This patch also contains a bunch of other smaller changes and bug fixes that I'm sure you guys will appreciate, like buffing armor and scavenged plating, showing the number of uses left in your charms, as well as an effect when they trigger,
The Song of the Exiles.
fixing the music that Una was supposed to play in town,
Because that's important.
and plenty of other little fixes
shit.
and improvements throughout the game. Now, we have a huge amount of much more meta-shifting changes that we know we want to make. And one of the best things about having the game in early access with the endgame is that we now have a much better idea of where we want character power to be and what the balance of bosses and monsters should be relative to that. But those types of changes are going to have to wait until we are ready to make a new league with a new economy for people to play in. That's still a little while away yet, but in the meantime we'll be continuing to identify things that are causing frustration and try and address them. I want to thank you guys for playing and hope to be doing more of these in the future. Later.
That's it? That's not.
All right, so there you have it. Pretty awesome. We are now going to call them, get them ready for the interview. So we're going to go to a screen here that is a be right back type of screen here. You will hear no audio, and it will just be a blank screen for probably 5-10 minutes at the highest. And now we're going to do an interview about what we just saw. So give us 1 moment here.
Starting shortly. Okay. I don't know. Like, that's not too crazy. There's some good changes in there. I'm fucking starving though. It's, you know what time it is. Oh, did I already finish this one? Did not.
I will squash you. None can oppose me.
One of these days, we're going to get that perfect chest plate. Ganga. I wonder if I should be saving some of the uniques now then, if they're gonna buff some of them. I wonder if they're gonna nerf some of them too, because some of them are pretty fucking powerful. I can create better.
Audio now. Hello, everybody. So here we are. Let's just real quick, now that we have the audience here, I'm going to have Jonathan one more time say something real quick just to make sure they can hear us well, and we'll get feedback from the chat.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile 2.
Thanks, sir.
Hi, I'm Mark. Hello, this is me speaking, and I didn't want to say the same thing he said.
You can.
All right, and then lovely co-host Gazi here.
Lovely co-host. Mic check. 1 2 3. 1 2 3.
Excellent. So with that being said, Gazi, why don't you take it away with the intros?
Hi, welcome to Tavern Talk episode. We still have no idea what episode
blah,
we're on.
blah, blah.
We're going to keep up with that trend. We have with us my lovely co-host Darth Microtransaction and the lovely two individuals that is basically the OGs at this point. We got Mark and Jonathan from Path of Exile 2 Branding Gear Games. How are you guys doing?
Oh, doing great. I mean, you know, like it's really good to get back into things again. We had a good break, you know, like, and yeah, I don't know. It's just nice to be back and actually looking at the problems again. As much as, you know, it can be painful sometimes, but yeah, no, it's real good to get back into things.
Yeah, disconnected for a little bit. Not too long, but just a little bit, and now back, which is awesome. But no, it was a long burn last year, so it was good to get a little bit of a break over that Christmas. But yeah, lots to address, lots to change. Excited.
It seems it seems like with the break, you guys still managed to get a lot of changes in from the review video we saw. It's fairly substantial, so that's exciting.
I mean, that is for the most part just stuff that we did, like, you know, last week and this week. The maps, the extra 4 maps, some of those did have some work that was done a little earlier, but for them because we knew we needed more towers and we just didn't get them in. But pretty much all that stuff is just stuff that we're, you know, just doing last week and this week. Like we try to move, you know, fairly quickly when we can. But yeah, the thing now is of course going to be like. One issue we kind of realized we had is like, okay, how much do we concentrate on fixing problems people have right now, and how much do we concentrate on like the next big kind of content patch? And so that's like kind of the tricky thing we have to maneuver around at the moment. And I guess my feeling is that so long as there's like big problems that are causing people to have you know, like a bad experience, I kind of want to make sure that those get addressed as soon as possible.
Bad experience. It's called a crash.
So we're making sure that things are in as best a state, like some kind of point of stability, so that we can concentrate on having the larger kind of like content patch after that.
It's great to hear. So for this episode or this interview or whatever we're going to call it, we've done what we can to make sure that we let the community get their voices heard. So most of the questions we're going to go through is questions collected almost exclusively from the community. We have a couple of light, for some reason, questions and some warrior questions from Darth, and we have some minion questions as expected from my side of things. But most of the questions will be taken from the actual community. So I'm just going to kick us off so don't waste anyone's time. And we're going to start with a question saying, which of the changes that has been showcased was the team most excited to be able to announce?
Well, I guess that I'd say that like these changes, obviously while the players are happy with them, we're not exactly excited about them per se, because these are just like fixes to things that are problems, right? So the stuff that we're excited about is the stuff we're not talking about, which is the content that's coming up in the, you know, in the larger one that'll have an economy reset and so on. So there's obviously a lot of stuff there, but for this stuff, it's just like really like, okay, what can we do to make sure that people are having a good time? That's kind of the main thing.
Yeah, which is exciting in its own.
Sure,
to see how much more we can improve, how many people having a good time. So.
Yeah. So I mean, that's good, but yeah, really, it's like there's no one thing there where we're like, oh yeah, this is the amazing thing. It's like it's all just like, let's make the game not suck. That's kind of our main goal.
So one of the changes for in-game maps is the changes to, you mentioned monsters, chests, rare monsters. What impact are you guys hoping that this change specifically is going to have in in-game mapping?
Well, I want this. Well, there's a couple things. It is just a general, probably 30% more kind of monsters, items, etc. from inherent maps. You get the thing where now the inherent map is higher value, and thus proportionately the league is less impactful. Say Breach, which is obviously in its own universe of craziness right now. But the idea is the base map is more rewarding, and thus adding the extra content is less necessary for, say, map sustain. The other thing is it will interact with different rolled maps differently. So we tried to do this better before early access began, but again, it should be now. Certain maps and certain mods that increase the chest, the rarity of chests, the rarity of monsters will have different benefits. So that's kind of cool that I want people to learn that over time and see what's beneficial, or what multiplies better, and then you combine those things where you have this map's better for number of monsters, whereas this map's worse for number of monsters because they're multipliers. So like a really small map versus a really large map, actually before they were relatively consistent. Now that large map might have twice as many monsters as that small map, but it has the same density of monsters, so you don't just have big open empty spaces of nothing. So obviously now the number of packs, if you multiply that up, it has a much grander effect on the big map than it does the small map. But the small map is obviously easier to clear, faster to clear. So say if you're optimizing for bossing, you're probably going to try and have be applying more bosses to small maps using the new tablet. Or if you're doing leagues that, more like Breach, you might want smaller maps that way because you're focusing on just farming breaches as opposed to, say, Delirium, or say Expedition favors, that doesn't really care if the map is large or small. So, having those different kind of axes is really interesting where you are thinking about that as you go. Now people have to learn that, and that's cool. I actually want people to learn that and kind of post all their details on like this map's really good and this map isn't, and we've accounted for layouts, how fast they are to clear, all of that stuff. So certain maps that were more tedious to clear now have pretty drastic advantages on at least one or two different axes. So they might have a higher number of minimum monsters, rare monsters, higher spawn rate of rare monsters, magic monsters, rare chests, who knows.
And there was a lot of that balance that you couldn't really do until you actually had experience playing them, right? Because it's hard to tell when you're just in development and you're not on a real character, like, is this map actually fun or not, right? And the end game was we've got the least amount of testing, so it really did require, like, okay, some actual proper play and be like, okay, is this map, to really answer the question of is this map good or not? So now when we see that, then we can be like, okay, we need to make this change or that change in order to sort it out. So there's just been a lot of just like sanding off all the rough edges the end game had by virtue of the fact that it just really wasn't as tested as what the campaign was. Go on.
That all being said, I'd say one thing it has introduced is it has added more bad luck or mistake protection to some degree, because if you would like fully juice a really small bad map, that minimum of bad is now much higher. And so like you all of a sudden now have invested all this wealth into this bad map, you've run it and you're like, I didn't get anything back from it. So the minimum is certainly now much better, which should hopefully protect a lot of people who are falling out of map sustain. Whereas like a lot of the good players who are a bit more observant, a bit more familiar with PoE 1 were just like happily sustaining maps. And so yeah, you had these two ends of spectrum, and hopefully we've raised the minimum now with these changes.
So two follow-up questions. Since this was a question for later, but since we're talking about bad maps in particular, something you mentioned here, what is your guys' opinion on the current state of maps in the game? Not so much from a monster point of view, but of a layout of maps. So there are some maps people don't like as much. There are ones people really do like as much. Is your opinion that you need maps, for instance, like Mire, Augury, Vow Factory? These are some of the least favorable maps. Do you think you need maps like this in the game in order to more appreciate the more common ones people enjoy? Or what's your stance currently on the map amount of variety that are in the game, put it that way?
I guess ideally, like if there have been a few adjustments to things like that. Probably not, like we're not necessarily going to take every map people find annoying and change it like so that people don't in that way. But certainly there should be balance changes to make it so that they feel at least worthwhile, even if they do have some more annoying layout or something like that. So I mean, I assume you feel the same way about
there's
that.
some standout things. Like obviously you shouldn't have the levers that you just can't dodge roll out of and you just die, or the levers are just spawning burning ground on them, right? Obviously this stuff is just objectively wrong and objectively bad, and that will be fixed. But a lot of that contributes to like, this is the worst map because you'll go pull a lever and die while doing so. And then there's the ones that yes are just like, inherently worse layouts, especially for certain builds. But then again, now using this other thing where it's like, actually, well, those maps may now spawn the most amount of rare monsters or the most magic monsters or just the most amount of monsters. You're gonna have to go figure some of that stuff out. And some people might like that. People with less screen clearing AoE centric builds probably don't mind some indoor more mazy maps if they're going to get the benefit or feel like they're getting the benefit from more rare monsters, they've got, I don't know, more single target or a more concentrated DPS or whatever, they don't feel so bad now for running that as opposed to just running the, you know,
I mean,
sand spit where you can just like nuke entire screens every 2
The bad
seconds.
case of this though is definitely the tower map, because it was it's like you mandatorily have to run that map, and so having that be not great is like not a good situation. So you know, hopefully we've addressed that. Like that was really urgent to address, because it's like, you know, it's mandatory, right? You can't just skip it. So that one had to be sorted.
Yeah, turns out it's
I'm
maybe
curious
not a
what
good
they
thing
did
where
with
you have
that
to approach a
tower
room full
map.
of monsters that you don't know what they are and they're super dangerous and you can't see them and it's a narrow bottleneck and you have to run in and just die.
But yeah, even so, like obviously the variety helps with that, but also the new version of that map is now based on the top floor tile set, which is like got more variety and like it's easier to deal with. So that should improve a lot of that.
Bit of visibility.
Yeah, exactly. So it
more
helps a lot.
open, less tight bottlenecks. Still they're still relatively narrow here and there, but yeah, much better to clear.
So one more follow-up here, and I'll pass it off to Ghazi. In the reveal, you mentioned that the boss maps, for instance, were supposed to be more common than they actually were. And so this comes to a very common question about Waystone's sustain. So what was your opinion on the state that previously was with Waystone's sustain, as well as do you believe this impact of additional bosses are obviously going to impact Waystone's sustain? So you think this is going to help alleviate some of the feedback we've seen related to there?
That one's pretty interesting because, and this is probably going to be a controversial thing to say, but like we don't know that there necessarily is a problem with Waystone Sustain as such. So
There's
that means
not.
we have to look into. If people say that there is, then that means we have to understand why that is, because I don't think that's the experience.
Because they don't know how to
like,
play.
we're having as we're playing ourselves, and like so, there's always this thing where it's like we want to hear what the players say, but then we always want to confirm with our own experience that like when we do what they're doing, that we're getting the same experience before we can kind of make a good decision about what a change would be. So I don't know that we've identified why it is yet that players are having problems with Waystone Sustain, and so that's like, and this will change this obviously because there's more bosses and so on. Like that's the thing you can do, and killing bosses will give you upgrades and so on. Like that'll help with that. But I guess I sort of like I feel like we need to understand that problem more before we can really work out what exactly needs to happen with it.
Like if you're running out of Waystones, just go and do a boss map. Bosses drop 3 Waystones.
Running into bad specific maps that like have specific
generally,
that, someone who's.
I suspect it's also just a lot of people struggling with the difficulty in dying, and like it's obviously very different if you're dying even in 30% of your maps, 20% of your maps. I mean even 10% of your maps. It can make that difference. So yeah, there's definitely 100% more to look into there. But like, I personally, I went to from tier 1 to tier 15 maps in a total of 32 maps, and I've sustained since. And then you see the things where people are talking about map sustain, and I'm like, okay, am I in a different universe? And the answer is probably
laggy as fuck. How about this? How about the lag that I'm going through on a fucking
from a purely
tower?
Standpoint of my own, I try. And
What
I'm
is
like,
it that's
I'm gonna
fucking
see
me?
how it is for myself.
Gotta be
I'm
something
like,
on
okay,
here.
I'm somewhere else. We need to look more into this somewhere. So we have other people at the office as well, of course, and you get their anecdotal experience, but we need to look at this from a much broader perspective. But either way, what we've just put forward is an improvement to all of that. Higher maximum, sure, higher minimum, and a bit more safety for bad luck. But what it doesn't really account for right now is safety for people dying and failing 50% of their maps or N% of their maps.
There is a slightly more subtle thing going on, I think, which it's kind of unfortunate how this turned out, but effectively, because you can power through the map tiers really fast, it means that you don't get a chance to find the gear that you would otherwise have as you went through those tiers. And that means that effectively when you do, like you might be playing higher tier maps than what you really should be playing for the amount of like wealth that you found, and that means that your map sustain is bad because you're dying more often because you're kind of playing higher tier content, and that is on us.
That's true.
We like need to adjust that so that you that you only start like effectively, in order to progress up the tiers, it needs to be more that we need to sort of gear check you more as you go up a little bit to make sure that you've got the gear you need before you're going up the tiers. But this is going to be a really subtle and tricky thing to get exactly right. Like, there's quite a lot to that, and that's kind of more of a thing that we can sort of look at over a bit of a longer period of time, because it's going to require some adjustments. But yeah, that's just sort of another one. But there's quite a lot of implications to all of that, and I don't know that we're quite ready to like understand exactly what would need to happen for that to happen. But that is kind of one of the issues that we're seeing, is just like, yeah, effectively people playing content that's harder than what we would hope they'll be playing for the gear that they have, which then causes the deaths, which causes the sustain to be bad. So that's kind of that issue there.
Thanks for the detailed answer. I'll throw it off to Ghazi for the next question.
Yeah, next in line, we're actually going to circle back to what you mentioned, Mark, regarding Expedition, not caring about the layout and whatnot, but you also mentioned, I believe it was in the video, right? You mentioned more substantial changes to Expedition coming later. So the question is, do you have any particular examples of these things you're hoping to accomplish with this mechanic?
Zero talks about crashing. Zero.
Yeah, I can't really say what it is, but what I can say is it is intended that every league, sort of, I'd say without promising it, because we're allowed to make exceptions. It is kind of intended that every league provides some sort of access of character or crafting power that is abnormal. And so, you know,
different. You can't get
yeah,
anywhere
different.
else.
Mostly
Yeah.
character power here. So aside from the unique items, obviously they can, or sometimes don't, provide character power that can be attained elsewhere. This is more about something else that's, you know, similar to, say, the instilling your amulet with a notable. You know, it's something that only that provides. It gives you more power than you would have had if you had never done it. And so ideally, every league would kind of do something like that, or provide a crafting avenue that would then give you something like that, or give you more power in general. But yeah, we just kind of have the vendor mechanic where you can do some crafts, and none of those crafts are abnormal. They're not adding extra benefits or mods or anything outside of that. So yeah, we have intention to add something to that, and probably to a lot more of them over time. And as you get new ones that each obviously have this thing in mind, where we're trying to say, how can we make characters feel a little bit more powerful by engaging in that content? But yeah, Expedition just didn't quite get it when we ported it over. Like, you know, we discussed heaps of things, like we could add some more ROG crafts, so to speak, now that, even though it's now 3 out of 4 of them crafts.
It definitely needs something else, like,
yeah,
for sure.
it just needs something cool, something better, and something not rushed. Which is we were in a position where we were going to rush something, and it's like, hold on, let's not do that. Let's get it right and do it a bit later.
Fair. I like that take. Another question we have is regarding the Arbiter of Ash now having 6 resurrection or revive attempts, right? And other attempts to, or adding other attempts to other pinnacles over time. I guess the question comes down to, why wait with adding extra attempts?
Ultimately, the reason is just time. So it might even be that in the patch that we do deliver, that some of those other ones are already done. It's just that because the video had to be made last week, and like we were like, are we gonna, like, we knew we would get time to sort out the Arbiter, and we were like, we don't know if we're gonna get time to do the others, so we'll just like promise that one, and then if the others come, then that's just a bonus. Yeah, effectively, there's like a little bit of trickiness around each one to like just work out all the states of everything. Like, I mean, if you're looking at like just as a random example, and this isn't obviously that big of a deal, but it's just, you know, someone has to do it, is like for the breach one, for example, we have to decide, like, okay, so we can't really let you have the economy, like, you can't reset the whole map, because then you'd get the drops from the breach a second time. So then it's like, okay, we have to make sure we put a checkpoint in the thing, and that means you have to like do someone has to go write some code to like make the breach thing work correctly for checkpoints, and, you know, it's just like random stuff like that, just little details that just mean that like it'll take you know, a little bit longer to do those other ones. But I mean, we're not talking a really long time, right? We're just like, someone will get to it in the next couple of weeks. It's just, you know,
I'd say King in the Mist. King in the Mist will almost certainly be done, because it's an isolated
This will be a
boss fight,
tough one.
with nothing else going on. But for the logbook and for the breach one, you have to have some manual intervention, and we have to really make sure that there's none of that, like, you know, respawn at checkpoint at this exact point in time, and all of a sudden you get the loot again kind of thing going on, because yeah, that obviously can be quite destructive.
So yeah, it's literally just a time thing. We'll, as I said, we'll do it in the next couple of weeks, just as we, you know, get these things going.
Yeah.
Speaking of Arbiter, a couple questions related to Citados here, some fast ones. Are Copper Citados really the same spawn rate as all the others? That's what happened?
I mean, we generated a bunch of Atlas state and checked that they were equivalent. I mean, I don't know what to we really were not intending to make a Monopoly game, you know, McDonald's Monopoly game style thing here. It really was intended to be equal. So yeah, as far as we could tell, it was just the just that the boss had that exploding minion thing that like was the damage just busted on that?
Well, maybe, but all of his little attached zombies, like during the phase 1 of the fight, they, you know, when he summons the sandstorm and you get protected, and you have the zombies coming at you, they blow up after they die. And in the map version, the in-game version of this fight, some logic was missing. I don't know what happened, and those would then explode at the end of this phase 2. So you're like, oh, I killed him, you run in to get your loot, and 8 zombies just explode and insta-kill you. And so what you found is a whole bunch of people would just straight up, like, succeeding at the fight and then just dying straight afterwards. So that accounted for some portion of it, and then he was just harder. Like certainly the death rate, even excluding the one-shotting zombies, was just much higher than the other two. But yeah, we have now a cheat that generates or simulates generating like, I think it's 1 billion different blocks and calculates how many of every map spawned and everything like that, just to test this specific Citadel case. And yeah, everything we could find generates exactly the correct amount of the 3 things. So
speaking
the
of
3 Citadels.
Speaking of spawning Citadels, did you guys happen to catch any of the conspiracy theories related to, corpses pointing in directions, etc.?
It was so ridiculous. Whatever. People come up with crazy things. I don't know. Yeah,
all right.
I can tell you. I see. The thing is, I'm tempted to actually do something weird like that now, just to just to bait the conspiracies. But yeah, no, there was nothing. There was nothing weird going on.
It's just RNG. Like you have to. I did catch
it's
in
just
the video.
RNG. That's all it is.
It said closer to the cinders, so there is something to being farther away from your spawn point.
So but basically all that is literally just that there where you start, there's just a radius you have to get to before they start spawning. But after that point, it's just they just spawn the same rate. And we just moved it closer just because since you can't really tell like where the that's like not obvious, right? And the main thing we want to do there is just not have a Citadel spawn like right next to where you start, because that would be ridiculous. Yeah, effectively we just shrunk that down a bit because it was a little bit large. And then the other thing as well is that now that you can see them in the fog, it actually makes them so much easier to find. That we actually intended, we were like, oh yeah, we're going to totally buff the number of these that there are. But after we made the change to seeing them in the fog, it was gonna be like, oh shit, there's actually tons of these everywhere. We just weren't seeing them before. Yeah. It's seeing them makes a big difference.
Okay, so moving on, off the topic of Arbiter and Citadels here. It mentioned in the video less bad mods on mobs. Can we get some more detail?
Sorry, it wasn't mobs. That I think, because it was in the item section, and maybe you misheard that slightly, but the bad mods thing was talking about items. So effectively, there's some stuff going on here. So effectively what we did, because a lot of people were talking about issues with higher tier rares as you get to harder content. And effectively, when we sort of looked into this, we sort of worked out, like, there were some anomalies around like what happens when mods get cut out on the lower levels, just based on kind of like somewhat random things about like how many top tier mods there are of certain types and things like that. So what we've done is it's not like huge changes, but we've kind of effectively done things like I think accuracy went down a little bit, and there was like I can't remember the other change.
Accuracy went down, life on kill, mana on kill on weapons at least, and then attributes on hybrid gear.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the hybrid gear attributes. And then there was also the bug where effectively high tier rares weren't getting the ability to generate top T1 mods of certain types, which I don't think was actually necessarily as big of a deal as what people might have assumed, but because it wouldn't have affected that many items, but we have fixed it. So, for example, it was just impossible on a T5 bow to ever get attack speed.
Once it was a certain item level.
Once it was a certain item level. So yeah, but you couldn't even get T5 realistically except from high level stuff, right? You still could occasionally, but whatever. The point is like there was a few things like that that were going on, and we've effectively just adjusted that stuff, and it should result in generally better rares when you're talking about like high end, like high tier stuff. So we'll just sort of see how that works out. The adjustments are not like mega, but they are there, and they should sort of improve things, I think, a little bit.
And just for clarity's sake for the viewers, when you say top tier, like tier 1, you actually mean like tier 12 or whatever the top tier is, right? Because tier 1 technically is the worst.
Sorry, yeah, it's so annoying that we have like tiers going in reverse directions in different contexts. Like, but yes, what I mean is whatever the top tier of that mod is, in some cases it was getting cut out. In fact, I worry that even in the article that we're going to say that's actually incorrect. So I just need to fix that, because I think in the article that we posted it says T1 item affixes, which is actually backwards, so I need to go and fix that after we've done this.
We also need to make this consistent everywhere and sort this tiered situation out.
Yeah, I do have a follow-up on that.
Yeah,
it is sometimes very frustrating dropping something that has a high tier, but I don't know if that is the highest tier. Would it be possible? Like, is there something you guys are considering adding?
I think we are adding a thing that displays on the mod if it is the best tier. Relatively soon, but again, we need to also just figure out a little bit more around this, because we've got this whole T1 versus T
The reason
random
the
number
reason why
and-
there is resistance to having T1 mean the top one is because then if we add another one later, it changes what all the tiers are, and there was sort of some discomfort around that. But then maybe it's still better to just do that anyway.
Yeah, probably, yeah.
I don't know. That was the original thinking behind that, but whatever. It might be less confusing if T1 meant no, because the thing is, the other thing as well is that map tiers are like the T1 is the bottom one again, and you certainly wouldn't want to reverse that. That would be weird. So yeah, I don't know. Like probably.
enough.
Yeah, whatever. This is just a random small topic, but just one of those things.
Understood.
Yeah.
Speaking of items and quality, one of the most requested additions, item filters, coming to console. So I'm sure many people are very excited about that. Speaking of the topic of consoles, can we expect more quality of life things coming to console? For instance, I very commonly see asked for things like text, UI size, etc. Do you have any plans related to quality of life improvements for console?
Yeah, I mean, we certainly need to do more there. I mean, yeah, like I don't have any specific things to announce there, but effectively we need to make sure that that experience is good. And one thing that I know, this isn't actually technically a console thing, but another thing that we will be doing for people who use controller soon is like the ability to fast swap between controller and the PC UI just by like immediately in game, because that's something I believe there was even an implementation of that. It was just a little bit too dodgy to release on early access start. So we just need to get that sorted and then test and sort of that. So that'll be another one. But in terms of just general console stuff, I mean, look, there's just more we can do, right? And you know, we've got our guys on console. They'll be looking into these things and just making changes. The text size one, I do think needs some addressing. It's a little bit tricky because there's kind of a lot of things all through the game that need like futzing around with. So that I definitely appreciate that. And like part of that is literally because when we're in the, this is kind of bad, but it's like in the studio, we literally have like a big screen and the couch that's near it is like relatively close. It's like an actual real world scenario. You know, people often sit a bit further away, and we probably should have been thinking about that.
Right.
So yeah, things like that just need some addressing for sure.
Fair enough.
All right. Putting aside bugs and tuning that is expected for early access state, what's a question that I was asking about? What are the players' feedback that surprised you guys the most?
Well, I know you were saying. I mean, but I guess from my perspective, it's like we had a lot of worries about things being broken. We just didn't know what those things were going to be. But then you were saying before that just the level of brokenness that surprised you as far as like some character builds and stuff, right?
Yeah, like I had my whole like, okay, obviously people are going to find broken builds, but like we escaped millions into tens of millions, and then we escaped tens of millions into hundreds of millions in measuring in DPS, and then we escaped DPS into comets per second. And then like you got to this point where it's like, okay, we're just off the reservation here in terms of just, you know, when you one week in and someone's like, here's my 450 million DPS build that hits the pinnacle boss for 141 million damage and one shots in the three-player party, and I'm like, oh, well, where are we? Like, what happened?
The thing that I found a little bit sad, and I guess we should have just expected this, is that like I sort of expected that the first few times people were playing the pinnacle boss, that it would kind of be a normal fight. But in reality, the first few times people played the pinnacle boss was just completely like a disaster, because like they just had some build that was because to get to the pinnacle boss the fastest, you also had to have like a ridiculously broken thing going on, and so you just ended up with just like, oh, like you don't even get to see the mechanics, and it was just like that was a bit sad to me.
Well, hopefully with more lives, people will actually be giving it a shot instead of just selling it off to those people who do one-shot it. But we'll see how that goes. But
the tricky thing about this has just been that, like, okay, so we do generally want to not do mid-league nerfs, and there was a period there before Christmas where we were making some changes, but we weren't even considering those to be mid-league nerfs because they still left things in a state that was still like very, very good. Like from our perspective, and like maybe the players would disagree with this, it was kind of like when we nerfed something there, we were still leaving it in a state where it's still some of the best shit ever. And so from our perspective, we were like, well, there'd be no reason to have to re-roll your character after this change because like it's still crazy. So we didn't even really consider those to be mid-league nerfs in the same way. But then obviously there's going to have to be some changes because, like, you know, there are just certain things that are just completely ridiculous. But one thing we've got now, and I kind of mentioned it in the video, is that like we actually have an understanding now of like what a character should look like. And so ideally when we do our first like true balance patch, we should be at the point where we can be like, okay, here's like these like 10 things that need to come down, but then there's also like these other 50 things that need to come up to get to that point, right? So like ideally it sort of there should be a little bit of leveling there that occurs, but we really don't want to do that kind of patch without doing an economy reset, because we actually need like to see what really happens when you get a new economy and all that sort of stuff. So, and when I say an economy reset, of course, what I mean is a new league. Like, we still have the old characters if you want to play them, but all the stuff we're going to be looking at will be on the new economy that, you know, in terms of like how it evolves that way. So, yeah, that's going to be like a tricky one. It'll take us a little bit longer, but that is also what we're working on in the background as well. Is just like getting all of this stuff to where it needs to be.
So am I hearing that there's no nerfs coming in this patch then? Is that sort of what I'm taking from this?
I mean, there might be a few that relate to things that are just completely screwed.
What's up, babe?
I mean, it is on our intention to do a big nerf patch here. Like, that is not our goal. Our goal with this is, like, fix things that are annoying people and, like, make the game more playable. Whereas the goal of, like, the sort of balance patch that's coming a little later would be, like, okay, we'll have a new economy, we'll actually do a balance pass where we get all of that stuff, like, more.
What was he up to?
Everyone with that executioner photo in the Twitter post. I mean, it looked like the guillotine was about to drop.
Yeah, people look into things, I think, a little bit too much. Okay.
There's kind of three kinds of nerfs going on. Not on this patch. Just hold on. That was.
I do want to follow up though with the comment on the balance
Or
patch coming
Mr.
later.
Kitty.
You want to combine that with a economy reset. So is that you saying that there will be economy resets during early access on a regular basis?
Yeah, so there
or
won't be. They'll be in a new league, so you still get to keep your old characters. But effectively, yeah, absolutely during early access there'll be new leagues. What I don't want to say is like whether or not the league as. So when I use the word league, people sort of assume that means there's like a league mechanic along with it. We might do that, or we might not. We kind of need to work out what's going on there. But it'll be a new league in the sense that it's a new economy that people can play through, and we'll be introducing significant stuff that people would want people to make people replay
Listen,
as well,
lady.
as doing all the balance stuff and all that stuff. But effectively, we need to do that. You can't really just make changes to balance like significant ones without screwing people's characters over, obviously. So you need to have some kind of thing like that in order to be able to do that.
Go on.
Just going back quickly, we have a kind of few classifications of things we do address when it does impact balance, and we are trying to be ultra conservative, but if it is bricking instances, as in it is just absolutely tanking instances, affecting the performance and thus affecting the performance for other users, we almost always have to address it. You can't just let that be. Now we obviously try and reduce the impact on the server, generally because of some sort of infinite loop or anything of the sort like that, or you know, something happening per frame that shouldn't happen, and all of a sudden now, you know,
like if you're getting the server frame rate to be like 1 FPS, then that is never right?
Yeah.
Like we have to actually sort that. So that is something that we will do a mid-league nerf to address, but ideally in such a way where it still leaves the build perfectly viable. Yeah. It's just that it's no longer completely destroying what's going on.
The other things where it does nerf and has an impact is, of course, when there is simply something clearly not working intended. So, like an example of that, which I won't try and pronounce, but the shield that increases effect of your socketed runes and soul cores, and that was just obviously applying to all of them, not the one socketed in itself. That is obviously a nerf. It was never meant to work that way. I don't think that really surprises anyone when that gets changed. It's very clearly not working as intended. So those two we're generally just going to pull the trigger on almost always. Right. We're still thinking like, okay, especially in the performance case, that's like blatantly, you know, our fault, and there is economy there, and then obviously there are people who are going to lose their character builds because of it. Maybe, hopefully not. We try and obviously bring down the frequency or the infinite loop element or the per frame while also buffing the damage. And then we make a note of it or like reassess this later when there's a new economy, and we'll come back and reassess that. But, you know, often protecting the instances, protecting the server performance for other users, and obviously fixing bugs are, you know, something we're going to do. And so that can have an impact. But just like at this point, preferably for all the other main nerfs where you're just blatantly nerfing someone's build or nerfing a build, we're trying to currently push that towards the, you know, economy / league reset kind of point. Yeah.
All right. It's a very extensive answer. I appreciate that. That's one of the things that makes this very fun for us to do. We ask a question and we just lean back and let you guys do your thing. I love it. We are going to circle back to what you mentioned as well earlier, Mark. You said coming back to reassess a decision that's been made. And the topic we're going to open up is the two-step verification security for accounts with certain things that's happened recently.
Obey me.
So the real question that we come down to with everything's going down is, I guess the first one is, was there a data breach at GGG?
All right.
And following that up with, are you going to reassess the decision of two-step verification?
All right, so this is unfortunately really sucks, and I was really hoping we'd get a post about this before we did this interview, but unfortunately we haven't quite finished assessing yet. So there has been a situation where someone got access to an admin account on our website, and we now understand how that happened, and we also understand we don't fully understand the scope of everything that occurred here, but we're sort of in the process of like looking at logs and so on. And there was a few really shitty things that occurred here that I'm very unhappy about. So the first one, just to say this, is that the thing that happened here was actually kind of the same thing that happened a while ago when through a Steam, effectively a Steam account was compromised through Steam support. So effectively what happened is one of our administrator accounts had a Steam account associated with it, and this was a Steam account that the person who had it attached didn't really kind of know. I mean, obviously they could have checked, but like they didn't really consider the fact that this was like this old Steam account that they don't even use anymore was attached to their admin account. And so effectively what happened was that got compromised through Steam support. So I don't know like all the details exactly what happens there, but effectively what happens is that like they are able to somehow provide like details that they managed to find on someone, like the last 4 digits of their credit card information or whatever, they get through some other kind of means, and then they provide enough information to Steam support where they're able to get Steam to change the credentials on the account, which happened without us noticing, because once again this was an account that this person doesn't log into, so there was no they didn't realize that this has occurred. And then another thing, this was compounded by the fact, and this one was really, really crap, that whenever a customer support person makes a change to an account, they there's like an audit log, right, of like all the actions, like the events that they've done, and this effectively means that like when we investigate like, hey, what's happening with this account that got compromised, like we obviously look at the events and see like, hey, was there anything, like what happened here, right? Did someone change a password? Did something going on with that? And there was actually a bug where the event for setting a new password on an account was incorrectly in the back end labeled as a note rather than like an audit event. And what that meant was that notes are things that like customer service can add to people's accounts, and they can edit them and delete them. And so the password change thing, being a note, could be deleted by a customer service person accidentally, rather than being so they got breached. No one could change. And so that effectively meant that what was happening is the person who managed to get an account, they were compromising the accounts by setting a random password, then deleting the note afterwards to say that had happened. And so when we would look at accounts, we just wouldn't see this, and so it was like really not obvious to us that what was going on there. So I don't have like full information yet about exactly the extent of everything that happened, but what I can tell you is that 66 notes were deleted. So that would imply that 66 accounts were compromised. Now, it does extend slightly back further than what our log history is. So I think there's like, so we only keep logs for 30 days. And that's like a whole, privacy rules around that stuff means that that's log retention. Now there were 5 days before that where the account was compromised, but this is all pre-launch of PoE 2. So effectively, there were the 5 days back in November when we don't have logs for, and then after that point there were 66 accounts that were that had notes deleted. Now the reason why I am using that phraseology here is because the things were deleted from the frickin' event stream, like we literally don't know what happened here. Like the only thing I've got to go by is the web server logs, which don't actually record like, all the data that's sent in a web request. It's just like the address of the page they went to, right? So effectively we can see like basic information, but because the thing itself that they were doing involved deleting the frickin' records of the fact that they were doing it, meant that like, yes, it's unfortunately very difficult for us to track down full information about this. Now we are going to be posting a post with like all the information that we can possibly gather, that we're sort of still gathering. And we were obviously initially very afraid that there'd be some kind of larger data breach here, where like they would somehow have access to our servers or something like that was going on. Like because we had no idea initially, right? So we're kind of like, oh shit, what the hell's going on here? But now that we've understood that the vector was via a Steam account like that, it kind of means that like effectively what they had access to was the same stuff that customer service had access to, and all of that stuff is logged except this one thing that was not like logged due to this other thing. And then since then we've also added a bunch of extra security stuff that honestly should have already been in place around this to sort this out. So all of that is to say that, like, yeah, we totally fucked up here with, like, security stuff on this account. Like, we're certainly not going to have any Steam accounts linked to, like, we're going to audit, make sure that there's no Steam accounts linked to any customer service admin accounts any longer. Like, that certainly needs to not happen if there's going to be this kind of attack vector. As well as we've added a few other measures that, you know, to just make sure that this sort of shit doesn't happen again. So, yeah, all of that really sucks, and especially because, like, as I said, just due to the fact that the stuff about it is deleted, we can't, like, easily find out what even frickin' happened. So there's going to be more investigation and working out what's happening here. But yeah, that seems to be what occurred.
So just quickly, for the people that are going to give it like a quick recap, this was a social engineering breach. This was not like a server-side data breach of an admin account. And this is a one-off, one account. It's now a closed case scenario. The viewers do not have to do anything on their side to worry about their information.
So the moment that we realized that something had gone wrong, we just immediately reset all the passwords on all the admin accounts and deleted all the sessions just to make sure that everything was kosher. So from that moment on, there was no more like accounts getting compromised or anything like that.
Sure.
And then now it's just been a matter of us like doing a bunch of log analysis, and it's actually quite like. Because the only way we've got it is the web logs, and it's taking a while just to process all the stuff, and there's obviously a lot of human investigation. Like, we just haven't yet been able to prepare a full report about it, but we are going to be posting one hopefully in the next day or two that has all of the stuff about that. But yeah, that was just really crappy. So then going back to the actual question about two-factor authentication, I mean, in this particular case, it wouldn't have actually helped because it was compromised through our frickin' support interface, right? Except for that, probably it would have helped in the sense that if we had added if there was two-factor auth, presumably the bug about where it didn't get logged when someone changed it wouldn't have applied to that because, you know, it's a new thing that they wouldn't have had the same bug for. So I suppose it would have helped in that sense. But yeah, like that's the thing with that. So then talking about two-factor auth. So first of all, I'm like completely not against two-factor auth in any regard. The only issue with it is that it's easy to implement two-factor auth. What is hard to implement is all the policy around how to recover when people inevitably lose their second factor. And so that's the kind of tricky part to actually deal with. And so it's kind of one of those things where like, yeah, we will do it, but like we're just not quite prepared yet to be able to do it with all the customer support stuff we would have to do. And like, and it's kind of one of those annoyingly deep holes of like, okay, so like, someone loses their password, what do you do to verify it? Like, you know, the two-factor auth thing, what do you do to verify this? And it's like, okay, so now you start to have to worry about like what personal information can they give you, and then now it's like storing personal information, and then like what's the GDPR implications of that, and like there's just like it's just like a whole rabbit hole of just like random policy stuff that all kind of like comes around to that stuff. Yeah, effectively, what I will tell you is that we're immediately going to add two-factor auth to all of our support accounts. You can bet on that. And that is not a problem. That is not a problem for us to do there, because the policy around that is like, well, you just like walk in person to the frickin' you know, guy. If you lose it, then you can physically deal with that, right? That one is how we sort it out. But as I said, we will get to it, and it is a serious thing. We definitely want to have this. It's just a question of just getting it done, really, like all the policy stuff around it and all of the like. Yeah, just as I said, it's all support nightmare around how to deal with it.
Well, I appreciate the extremely vocal transparency about what's going on. I'm sure lots of people here watching appreciate that as well, and we won't grill you about it or anything.
Let's go get shot up. It's 1:30 now.
We'll move on here to a little bit more fun topic, which is upcoming content for the game. So we've been asked, one of the most common questions we've had here is things like roadmap for cadence of releases. You know, you guys originally stated 6 to 12 months for full release, which begs you know, the question, how many leagues between? There's 6 classes, so for 6 months it's 1 class a month. You know where I'm going with this. So, you know, can we expect any information in terms of the cadence of releases, upcoming things like weapons, classes, skill gems, etc.?
Right. So the cadence we want to hit is sort of something similar to the kind of league cadence that we've done before for PoE 1. So like that's what, like I think that it works. Things work the best when you've kind of got like you know, like releases that are fairly large, that like have a significant amount of stuff in them to actually bring people back and play and so on. So you can kind of expect a similar thing like that. For the actual like what is going to be in its release, obviously I'm not going to talk about that because, you know, save that for the live stream and all that sort of stuff. But effectively, yeah, I mean, like that's kind of what you can expect. That being said, there's also a thing where like so we want to be able to do the balance patch, addressing the balance issues that we've talked about as soon as we can. But in order to do a patch like that, you need to have enough content in it to be able to make sure that people actually come back and play it and that sort of thing as well. Like you need to be able to make enough changes and like add enough content that it's actually exciting. So we're going to work towards getting a like a PoE 2 sort of new league with new content in it basically as soon as we possibly can. So we're gonna get, like I can't exactly say a date or anything, but like we're gonna rush for it, right? Like we're gonna really try and do it because we want to get to that point of stability of the balance that we're sort of happier with as soon as we can as well. So yeah, as I said, not going to say a date, but basically just look. We work reasonably fast. We're going to try and get it out as quick as we can. Hopefully, we get that relatively soon for you guys.
Okay.
So I'm just going to go ahead and assume that new acts is going to be involved in this. But I guess a little extra question to that when we talk about Act 4, 5, 6. Is the plans to add like one act, or are you guys?
Yeah. So this is honestly. This is honestly one of the freaking hardest questions ever, right? Like this is actually something that we've discussed back and forth so many times because like if you're talking about it from a pure storyline perspective and like kind of what makes sense, like so there would be so imagine we release one act, right? It's like how does it fit exactly into having the leveling? Like do you go like 1, 2, 3, 4 and then like 1, 2 again? Like that'd be kind of weird, or like 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, or like. Do you have Act 4? You can also play Act 1 or Act 4, or like like it's kind of just weird, right? And like, so like from that perspective, it's like we should do them all at once, like at some point. But then on the other hand, we're like, okay, if we don't release the acts one at a time, then that kind of means like all the content from that we're sort of busy having to work on, like we still have to have good releases, right? And so that means we have to have like more stuff in what we do release if it doesn't contain an act. So there's kind of this like complicated like puzzle around this, and it's like. And what we kind of thought, like, there are issues around this, but effectively we're like, okay, well, we're going to have to make Act 4. We have to be making Act 4 in the background right now anyway, right? So we don't technically have to decide what we're doing about this, like, right now. So, like, that's sort of happening anyway. So I guess that is to say that, like, there's still a lot of argument about this fact. And yeah, it's honestly such a hard one because I don't think there's a really great answer. Like, releasing the acts one at a time would be making content so much easier because we get to immediately utilize all the stuff from that act to like make other content. Like, it'll be so much, and like also it just immediately makes the release feel really big, right? So like that would be something that we could do, and it also would be good for our studio because like there's this phenomenon that always happens where like you say, okay, this is when we're making this thing, but if people are not actually going to play it, then like people have a different definition of finished from like, oh, people are actually going to play this versus like it just has to be ready internally, so like for just a production perspective, like I feel like the game will get made faster if we do release the acts, just because it forces us to actually release them and like forces everyone to get it into a really playable state. But yeah, on the other hand, as I said, there's like all these kind of like practical issues with it, so
damned if you do, damned if you don't, huh?
Yeah, I know, it's a bit of a tough one. So yeah, I mean, I guess the answer to that is still to come, and we just need to work out what we feel about this one way or the other. So yeah, I guess you'll see when we do our next announcement what we've kind of come up with. But yeah, as I said, in the meantime, it's not like we don't have to just make Act 4 anyway right now in the background. So that's they're continuing to do that as well as all the people on the more sort of balancey side of things working on balance, which will get shipped much earlier.
Let's just move on to the next topic to make sure we actually cover these questions. We have a long list.
Yeah.
What can
Sure.
So we're going to talk about a can of worms called State of Magic Find. Now, the perception has been one thing. And I mean, shout out to Slippery Jim for the absolute insanity that he goes through, which is kind of showing that it's fine. So what do you guys think about Magic Find in its current state?
This is a very true question. Now, what I will say to start with is that like the way the Magic Find formula works in PoE 2 is literally identical to how it was in PoE 1 as far as diminishing returns and everything is concerned. The difference is just down to what Rarity is giving you as opposed to what it was giving you in PoE 1.
Maybe another one.
Our argument for why Magic Find should be fine in PoE 2 is effectively like, we're not doing what happened in PoE 1 where you got like all these quantity mods and all that sort of stuff like that. Like, it's effectively the Magic Find in PoE 2 is what PoE 1 had back when PoE 1 was first released, right? Where it was kind of like, and it kind of was fine then, so the argument was, well, why shouldn't it not be fine now? I guess there's another, compounding with this, there's another contingent of people who would say that like anything at all that affects item drops should just not be a thing at all, and which is like a position you can take, and I don't know that I necessarily agree with that position, but like, it's another position you can take. So I guess all of that really is to say that like I don't think there's anything about it that's not working as it's intended to work. And ultimately, the purpose of something like Magic Find is to kind of give you another axis of build design beyond just like doing the most DPS, which, you know, like that's kind of its ultimate goal. So but I mean, that's kind of where it's at, really. There's definitely more to look into here, though. I don't know if you've got a different opinion.
Not really. I was just thinking the main difference between, say, PoE 1 was you fully saturate into every single item being a unique item.
That's the difference.
Whereas in PoE 2, you saturate into higher tier rares. You actually cannot fully saturate into unique items. It is impossible. So yeah, it certainly holds different value. I don't know how, but then again, I suspect a lot of the audience who are finding Magic Find to be a problem would find it a problem in both games, which again, completely fair perspective to take. I don't know. There's a little bit more to look into here for sure. Like, we come back from holiday and we're like, all right, let's fix everything we can in a week. There's this list of like 100 things, and we pick the most, what we think is the most impactful 10. And so, yeah, there's a lot of these things that are just outlying on a list for us to really actually look into and investigate more and see, you know, what part of it people are liking and not liking. Because, you know, even though you had Slippery Jim do this, you know, the great service, there'll be a lot of people who just disagree with that. He says it's fine. There'll be a lot of people who disagree with him as well. So yeah, we just need to look into this a bit more, honestly, to get a better conclusion. But personally speaking, I don't think it's a problem currently. But I might change my mind as well upon reading all of this and looking into it more. So we'll see how it goes.
A follow-up.
I don't know if you. Okay.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. You can continue.
No, you go for it.
Sure. So a follow-up to this is, okay, so the state of Magic Find is a question. Specifically, do you have a belief on how you believe it's influenced the economy? I'm seeing a lot of comments sometimes when I'm live with people like Magic Find's the reason, inflation's the thing, etc. So what is your guys' belief in terms of how much Magic Find is actually making an impact in the current economy?
Actually, there's another difference from PoE 1, actually, of course, is that Magic Find now increases the tiers of currency you find.
Yes.
Which,
I don't honestly think that we have an informed enough opinion on this topic, actually, to be fair. Yeah, like, I don't think it's been our primary concern, like, this week, because of the fact that, like, there's other things that we think, you know, like, we really wanted to make sure that the actual play experience is prioritized as the main thing. Like, that's the kind of, you know, our focus right now. Which, I mean, obviously this affects it, but it's kind of like something where, like, it's a slightly longer term concern. So it's something we need to definitely investigate more. But yeah, it was really like that map playability and like making sure that, because like, I mean, when people are dying to things that they think are bullshit and stuff like that, that's kind of like something that we were more concerned about. So yeah, that's, I would say we need to definitely do more. We need to form an opinion about this before we can say more about it, I think.
How about I phrase a question like this then? In PoE 1, item quantity was removed, which affected currency. In PoE 2, you now bake that into
I see what you mean. Yep, that's a very good point.
What is the reasoning for reintroducing quantity that you made a decision to remove in PoE 1?
I don't think that we looked at that as reintroducing quantity, but you are correct.
No
It
such
does increase
thing.
the quantity.
Fuck you.
Well, okay, it's not that it increases the quantity of currency; it increases the type, the tier of the currency you get, which you would look at that as quantity because, like, you don't care about like whatever transmutes are dropping. You only care about the higher ones, and so as far as you're concerned, that is quantity. So I would say we just didn't really look at that as quantity, but you know, you're not wrong about that, right? That is true.
Well, it's certainly going to be a problem if it is perceived as that having enough rarity is the only way to thus have enough currency to, say, roll your maps effectively and also have enough to spend on gear and whatnot. Like, that's certainly a problem, in which case some adjustments probably likely do need to be made. But again, we're just speculating now. We need to look into this a heck of a lot more in order to get an actual informed decision there.
That's fair. I do have one last follow-up on it, and it's a discussion we had 4 or 5 years ago with Chris Wilson, and the topic was actually about currency drop as well. And the comment was that the numbers were fine on GGG's side. The numbers looked fine. It is accurate. You are running more currency than ever. But the numbers didn't matter when the perception of the community is the direct opposite. So how do you think about tackling that specific conversation when the perception is completely opposite to what seemingly the reality of things, right?
So are you saying that the community perception is that currency doesn't drop enough?
It's the perception is that rarity is a mandatory stat.
Oh, sure.
because of the
No, yeah,
pseudo
well,
quantity.
absolutely, right? Like, look, if the community feels that way, we should absolutely look into it and do more about it, right? Like, but bear in mind that, yeah, I sort of often say, you know, like when the community has a problem, this is an invitation for us to understand the problem and then for us to address it in the way we want to address it. And that way isn't necessarily exactly what the community is saying, but it's just effectively like, I do want to keep doing things until the community is no longer unhappy about it. But that may not necessarily look exactly like in the form that they're expecting, if you know what I mean. So yeah, we have to look more into this. That's absolutely the case, right? And we can tell that because of the fact that people are unhappy. So yeah, we will look into more into it.
So, speaking of unhappy, we're going to get into state of melee / maces is the next portion of the questions here. So, let's talk about warrior and maces. What are your guys' feelings currently on the state of maces? How do you want mace skills in particular to function in Path of Exile 2? Obviously, they're very long cast times. Movement of mobs can be very quick. You can get stunned, interrupted. On the tree as well, there's mini nodes that literally reduce like attack speed in order to gain other things. So more or less, warriors in a position where a lot of people feel like it's clunky, too slow for the current in-gameplay loop. Or warrior feels like maybe the first class design from the vision of PoE 2 was fairly slow. So, what is your guys' response as to the state of mace skills, and where would you like to take it?
Well, our first question I would have for you is, do you think it's a problem during campaign or only in endgame?
I would say it is more specifically a problem in an exponential ramping as you continue the game until you hit a point where there's pinnacle bosses, and then you can kind of one-shot pinnacle bosses with some of the setups currently. So there's a mid-portion of the middle to later in-game in which it feels like a problem, specifically because you have things like volatiles that actually track you, and if you stay in position, you're heavily punished. So it seems counterintuitive to the design of some of the mobs.
I do think that there is a problem in game here. I'm not exactly sure what we need to do about it yet, though. I'm glad to hear you say that it's an in-game issue and not a campaign issue, because I have to say that my experience playing Warrior through campaign is actually that it's fine. But I did hear a bunch of people talking about that as if that was not fine, and I think that it is. Like, I think, or at least I can't reproduce the issue during campaign if that's the case. So really, it is more of an in-game issue, and I don't know that I've got a solution for you right now. But yeah, like we do need to, like, once again, it's one of those more subtle things that we need to look into, and I suspect that the big balance patch will be looking at that a lot more.
How about this chunky gameplay that I'm going through right now?
The same way that some of the other classes do, I believe. But that, we sort of need to understand what the other classes end up looking like as well a little bit to understand that as well. Yeah, I don't know if you've got any more different opinions about that.
Well, I mean, the attack speed is a big part of it, right? You obviously have, that is a multiplicative axis that every other cast speed or attack speed is a multiplicative axis every other, or I guess comet trigger speed, that every other class is getting, and the warrior has a deficiency in that. And even if you were to get it, yes, obviously there's the fixed attack times which don't scale. It's probably a combination of those are too punishing, or there's too much of them, and there's not enough attack speed available. It'll be somewhere in that region for sure where we have to make some adjustments, and it probably won't even be that drastic to get it to feel right. And of course, like, it is easy to compare it to, especially, I know you said more like late mid to mid end game thing, but like when you look at the like top end, it's very easy to compare it to the absolute insanity that is, like, you know, Pillar of the Cage God with Hoa and all of that, which is just ridiculous right now. It's very easy to compare it to that and be like, well, Warrior will never be viable. But there are also a lot of quite good end-game warriors that are certainly being played, and you know, I don't want to certainly make it seem like it's completely useless. And I mean mace, people using maces, not just people who are doing it for the ascendancies.
Karn's a notable example. He's like level 99 in SSF, but he's having used the Herald of Ice tech, which is very highly speculative to be nerfed,
There's
right?
the crash.
To make it feel good. So while I would agree there's people that are doing it, I would also argue there are people that are doing it as a masochist in order to be like, I'm a warrior guy and I'm going to do it regardless.
There are also others, maybe not that advanced and not that far up in terms of her level. But yeah, sure, understood. Like, it's certainly on the weaker end at the end game, like, without question. That being said, I don't think it will take too much to get it there. But yeah, again, it's part of this massive balance, you know, recalibration we didn't need to do now that we've seen the state of everything.
Right.
Warrior or mace skills are certainly on the ones where you're going to do a lot more bringing up than you're going to do bringing down. You know, aside from things like, you know, the Hammer of the Gods just in one shot with bleed and then the boss is dead and you don't do anything, right? You get those anomalies out there where it's like, yeah, they're gonna die in one shot no matter what.
Can I do for you?
You know, things like that aren't going to be buffed necessarily, but
fair enough.
There is more to buff in the Mace spectrum than there is in most of the other things, I'd say, yes.
So that answers the offensive spectrum for the Warrior. Now let's talk about the defensive. Now, one of the things in the reveal video was armor, for instance, is getting fixed and or buffed, I should say, and we'll talk about that in a moment.
I wouldn't. One of the reasons we didn't dwell on that too much is because I wouldn't want people to think that that's more of a change than it is. Like, we are doing a bit of a buff to armor, but it's not like the hugest deal. I think there is more we have to do. Like, there's more complicated stuff we have to do with armor, I think, to make it more interesting. But there's a lot of arguments about this. One, because it is like, yeah, I'll just say that there's a lot of arguments about like how exactly this should be addressed. One concern that we have, which is probably totally out of left field as far as what the players would say, is that we don't think that there's enough of a difference between the big hit and the small hit. There's a number in the formula that is different in PoE 1 than it is in PoE 2. That results in the armor being the difference between a small hit and a big hit in PoE 2 and PoE 1. It matters more in PoE 1. But in addition to that, so we actually think that PoE 2 might be wrong in this regard, and we need to change it. But in addition to that, there's also a thing that's happened where, like, white monsters can hit harder in PoE 1 and PoE 2 than they did in PoE 1, and that means that the thing that armor is supposed to, like, because like part of the intention with armor is it's like, okay, like when you're talking about like big boss hits, like it has less of an effect than what it would have off like a bunch of small hits, but sometimes the small hits from a white mob are not even that different from what a boss hits you with. And so this is actually meaning that the sort of the idea of armor being based on the damage hit is kind of got like a few issues that we have to deal with. So I don't know if you've got any more thoughts on this particular topic, but it is like something that we have to sort of worry about a little bit.
Yeah. It's again one of these things I mean, I hate coming in here so unequipped, but again, it's just the timing with the holiday and all that, with all these things where it's like, have to look into, but that is the nature of it. I mean, especially once there's an actual released product, it's like a good, 50% of our time goes into having to investigate and look into live operations problems like this.
So we are buffing a little bit of armor a little bit in this patch for like to because there are some issues there. But honestly, the full solution for armor is going to have to be more complicated, and we're going to have to sort of work out some stuff around it. It's there's definitely something that I think there was another thing as well, is that like the other defenses tend to have like extra mechanics that are easier to access than what armor has. Which is another sort of side thing, which is like not entirely obvious when you're designing it initially. So it might be that there's more like supplementary things that the armor, like that strength characters effectively need to have around defense, and so like stuff like that can kind of matter a lot. So
like Wind Dancer's universally just better than Scavenge Plating as an example, if those are meant to be paired. One is just like you have it, and the other is I have to armor break, and then on bosses it's much harder to sustain. So we've made changes there, of course. We did buff the armor. I'd say it's obviously hard because of the big hit, small hit, but it's probably in the like 15% more effective kind of region. Our changes in 011. And then a lot of it is also like, okay, if you consider that evasion also applies to damage mitigation from Invoker. You got a lot of things going on with acrobatics, which turns evasion into arguably, I mean, sure, it penalizes your evasion, but like it then kind of gives you almost as much PDR against certain hits as a lot of armor, and then you have a lot of very, very strong defensive, with Grim Feast and Energy Shield, and so like it's not only armor is weak, it's also that evasion and energy shield have some extreme strongs that are going on. Not to say, these are all going to be nerfed. I'm just saying there's some meeting in the middle that we need to do for sure.
So to give you a feeling from, like, I played Warrior 91st, that was the first thing I did, and I would enjoy Warrior as an archetype the most. Would you say it's a fair statement to say that Warrior and Mace skills and, sort of that side of the tree in particular is in a state where it has the worst of all of them? So it has the worst of the defenses and armor, it has the worst effective HP in terms of life, and it has basically the worst offensive capabilities as well. So you can see why I'm feedbacking so hard in relation to this archetype.
Man, that's a brutal savaging, but I suppose I can't necessarily disagree with any of those assessments.
Fair enough. We can move on to the next topic then, unless you have other statements on it.
what do they have?
They have shields.
Yeah. I mean, you are right that it effectively falls in that way. Yeah. Which is sure.
Yep.
So moving forward here, we have charms. So I saw that there were some notable changes in relation to charms. I thought it was a great change to be able to see when they're actually being activated, as well as the charms that are there as well. So some clarity things in relation to charm. I don't know if I saw whether or not charms in particular are actually getting tweaked in terms of number side of things, or if it was just some transparency related to charms. But how do you guys feel about?
We're not tweaking numbers in this patch. However, there's definitely something not right about charms as far as like the usefulness goes and all that sort of stuff. Like we need to do something. I don't think we've decided what it is yet, but it's clear to us at this point. Like, so charms came in like super late, and I just don't think they're quite like working out as well as I'd hoped. Like they just need something else, but we don't quite know what that will be yet. But we did want to at least make, like, one of the issues they did have is like you couldn't even tell when they helped you. So that certainly wasn't helping the case for them. So we can at least fix that. But yeah, there probably does need to be more stuff done with them, I think. I think it comes down a little bit to like how much the ailments matter against the player, and you know, that's sort of something that.
There's a few other ones. Like there's the one that's like unaffected. You know, the next time you get slow, protect you from slows. And honestly, a lot of the debuffs applied by monsters haven't been correctly classified as slows, and so it doesn't even work against them. And like there's a little bit of things like that where
it's
aware
of that one.
yeah, it's just kind of a bit bad. But yeah, there's a balance there of like, okay, most people have one slot, and then you got these mandatory mods to get more. But I don't
think you get enough charm slots. Just like
yeah,
I feel like you barely find belts with the extra slots, to be honest.
I agree.
I mean, we really just didn't finish. I mean, we increased the weightings. We've had patched that in since release. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Can't remember what patch it was in, but honestly, we're not all the way there yet, for sure. It's one of those things where it's not like ruining experience for players, at least. It's like, you know, just an underwhelming thing that needs some love, for sure. So it's not exactly in the top tier.
Yeah, make it not take one of the ability slots. Like, I don't want to lose a resistance slot for another possible resistance. It's just ridiculous.
It feels really hindering to Crypto Unique when it comes to the topic of charms.
So this is the whole, like, if you have a unique belt, you only have one always.
Yeah, you know, that's not a bad idea.
I also just want to add more slots outside of unique, so more on the tree and other ways to get them as well.
Sure.
So you don't necessarily have to, because like there's nothing. I think at the time we had it that like you couldn't have more than 3. Like internally it was implemented that way, and now it's like you could have 50 slots, plus 1 slots, but you'd only have 3, obviously. So we can give away a lot more +1 now, plus whatever we want all over the place. But yeah, I mean that is a way, yes, that some unique should have it, and probably more on the tree, more in other ways. I have to have a look at it, but yeah, there's no harm in it now, at least.
All right, we're gonna move over to another topic, which is you know, speaking of belts and trading unique belts, for example. State of crafting and future plans is also involved. So I'm going to start with crafting and future plans you have there, and then we're going to talk about trade. So the current state of crafting is very different from PoE 1. The perception, again, to go back on that in PoE 2, is that you're not actually crafting unless it's Rogpog crafting. You're actually just pulling the arm on the vendor machine, on the gambling machines. So what's the state here and future plans?
I don't know that there's a huge amount we can say about this right now. Unless you've got any particular thoughts that you think you can go into. I mean, like, one thing, of course, is that PoE 2 just has less crafting systems than PoE 1, just due to the fact that we add these typically with leagues and so on. So there's just less going on, which means that if you're like a PoE 1 player, then, you know, you're going to see less complexity there, for sure. But I don't think that's exactly what you're getting at, right? Like, I guess there's some theory. I mean, effectively what you're saying is people want more.
I got to take off. I got to get ready. But I'll leave this on so you guys can watch it.
That, like, people...
There's a fine line there.
Yeah.
And we're on the, certainly more on the slot machine side of that line, like, without a doubt, obviously, right? And there's more we need to do, I would say, to get towards that line. But that's our line that we determine, not that I know how to describe that, because there's plenty of people who are just going to be like, make everything fully deterministic all the way.
I mean, before we released, we had for a while a system that involved like deconstructing mods and then putting specific mods on items and so on. And like we just kind of like no one. Like with a system like that, we were never able to get it to the point where both people who played the game were happy and like we could be happy as far as like what it would let you do. And that like there's still something along those lines we might be able to do one day to kind of work that out, but we just kind of haven't really hit it yet. The socketables were kind of supposed to be the thing that was you had full control over, that's like determinism. And so that like
which has a lot of room to expand over time.
Sure. So there's more stuff you can do there. But I guess because people see that as supplementary, they don't even necessarily see it as part of the crafting system, which is kind of interesting. Yeah, like it sort of replaced the crafting system in a way, but then, as I said, people don't really see it as part of it. So yeah, I don't know. Like, I mean, I guess the thing is we just have to find a way to do more things that make people feel like they have more control without actually sacrificing the like without making it too easy to just get the best shit, which is obviously always the concern, like making sure that there's still enough room for there to be items that are significant, like that are better than other items. So I mean, yeah, that's kind of where we're at, I suppose.
The other thing, of course, being it is important that to make sure as we add more of this determinism or get towards that line, that we don't then just immediately devalue all item drops on the ground, right? Because that creates a different problem when now all of a sudden you don't really care about what you're finding, or you're only caring about normal items you're finding, or you create a different problem by doing that for sure.
And there is an argument certainly by people internally that PoE 1 got to the point of that being a problem, where you no longer cared so much about what was on the ground because you crafting would always get you something better. Yeah, like that is a concern for sure. But yeah, I guess that's kind of just our overall, just like nebulous cloud of thoughts on this matter, without really getting into too many specifics, I suppose. So yeah, I mean, I guess I don't know if you've got anything else to say about it.
Well, that being said, if we add more, we're adding something to Expedition, we don't know what it is necessarily, or what it will do to the thing, and then we're adding, what I would say, greater essences are too rare right now. And what else is there in there? I guess like there's certainly room to expand on the Omen system to do more there. Of course, people would argue then they don't want that to be the core crafting system to be gated behind ritual as opposed to core drop, which is then another consideration to make. And you get this cascading series of questions and stuff we need to answer, of which need to think about it more and look more. But yeah, certainly there is the feedback of like, the crafting is too slot machiney, is something we're listening to and we have seen, and it is, I'd say that is more towards our top 10 list of things to discuss and solve sooner than later.
Right.
I think that deterministic crafting is always something that's very sought after and popular, but I feel like I might be out of terms here, but my own personal perspective, I'll say that, is not the lack of deterministic crafting per se, it's lack of options to craft with, because the slot machine crafting, we have that in PoE 1 as well. It's called Exalted, it's divining, and whatever we're doing with the items. Harvest. It's not deterministic crafting. Yeah, exactly, harvest. It's not deterministic crafting that's lacking. It is options to do something with the actual items, because right now you drop an item and what you can do is annul it or exalt it, or you can pop some chaos orbs. And the meta crafts, which are behind the omens, that's a different topic which we're going to tackle in a bit here. We talk about trading, but the crafting has less to do with deterministic approaches, but rather giving us options to work with on an item to make us actually craft it, even if that means RNG in the next slam or something.
Right. And if that's the case, then more content will get you that, because
that will solve itself over time.
Right. Because as we just add more stuff during early access, there's just going to be more and more of those kinds of crazy systems.
But we'll make sure that like. I say over time, it's not like there's something inevitable about it for sure, but because it is a bigger problem now, we would make sure that we try and ensure that as we're adding more content, it is leaning towards adding more options there and solving these problems that people have, as opposed to just like, I will do something cool and maybe it does and maybe it doesn't. So we'll have a lot more problem solving, designing, content created by more towards solving the problems, as opposed to, when you're at a point where you have so much content, a lot of the time you can be like, what are we going to do? Let's just make something cool and awesome. Whereas here it's going to be like, let's look at problems to solve and create content that comes from that. So there's like kind of two ways of coming up with the content, and certainly this is one that will be a problem that we're looking to try and solve by doing that for sure.
That's fair. We're not going to go too deep into it, but following up to the state of trading, I mean, obviously we have trading being in its state that it is, but there's the volatility problem of the market's economy being player-based. For now, we have a golden standard of trading divine orbs, which quite literally holds close to zero value in terms of actual player usage outside of a handful of specific unique items, and is representative of trade power in the community. And since there is no natural divine orb sink, which exalted orbs have, for example, they just continue going up, and the inflation is just rampant at this point.
So, I would have thought that if there was no divine orb sink, then the value of divines would go down rather than up. Like, presumably, if the value of divines is going up in other currency, then it's the other currency that there's too much of rather than the divines.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is, like, they become the golden standard, and since no one's using them, we get a higher quantity of them. And the result of it is that now, since that is the item people are using, or the currency people are pricing their items off, they're now, one rare, one life pair of boots with 10% movement speed now costs 50 divines, if I'm going to use some exaggerated examples.
Okay, so you're talking about the price in divines is going up as opposed to the price
of a divine is
the value of a divine is going up.
The item value, yeah.
Yeah, sure. Well, I mean, there's nothing I can kind of initially go into with this other than just that, like, yeah, we just have to look at this and work out what we're going to do to use to sync these things more. The intention with divines is that you'd sync them into making, like, if there's enough, like, things where you want to reroll mod values on, which, like, is uniques ideally. Like, the implication of that is that there aren't the uniques that people are wanting to roll to get good values on, right? I mean, I'm assuming that's the reason.
Some not enough. Yeah. Well, I mean, we don't have enough unique items.
For sure.
We don't. We need a lot more. Which is another goal we have, of course. But I mean, so yes, there's not enough uniques, let alone enough uniques to be using divine orbs for an
and of course, the thing in PoE 1 where things were priced and that currency can help, but we don't have anything quite like that, I suppose. I mean, look, if that's a problem, we'll just like find a way to sync them, I suppose. But ideally, if everything's working correctly, they'd be syncing themselves due to the fact that there's enough things you want to reroll values on, and like uniques that you want to reroll values on. I'm actually curious to know whether people are even really bothering with that. Like, are people actually bothering to reroll unique values?
I guess some, but not many.
Right, not many.
Not many.
Astromentus.
Yeah,
that's like the two main ones, I think. Like, no one's gonna pop a divine orb on Avengers Gamble, so it's like. That's literally gambling. But like in PoE 1, we have the option of metacrafting being a currency sink for divine orbs. Former exalted. So it creates this natural flow, but also provides this crafting method for people to actually kind of help the state of crafting that people are looking for. Right now, they're omens, and because of this type of inflation happening, they are so far away from most players that, like, even players that plays a lot, I haven't bothered myself. I played a lot with a subathon and everything. Like, I haven't touched an omen because they're too pricey to use. Like, it's a very select few players that even engages with them because of how priced they are, and that just separates a lot of crafting from even a larger player base.
One other point of this is it might tie into a previous discussion we had about Magic Find influencing the economy in relation to currency drops being upgraded. So I know that's one portion we talked about you're going to look at previously too. So I think these two probably tie in together here.
I don't know that I've got anything particularly like smart to say about this right now, honestly. Though that would be the
we
issue.
are at least making omens more common, so hopefully
yes, that's but I mean
to some degree. But I think we then also need more uniques and a lot more uniques, obviously, and a lot more uniques that would have divine sinks. And then I suspect the answer also is additional sinks of currency. Because I mean, I suspect it's a bit of everything here.
Okay. So we'll move on here. We have a significant amount of questions left. So I'm gonna try to speed up the cadence of these a little bit here as we're about maybe halfway through, but well over halfway through the interview. So we're gonna talk a little bit about state of in-game and state of league mechanics here. So I'm specifically going to go into league mechanics first here. So some league mechanics, essences, strongbox, to name a few, feel a little bit like noob traps. So I was kind of hoping to hear where your guys' thoughts are in relation to some of the underutilized ones. We talked about Expedition already, so you don't necessarily have to go into it, as well as the state of Breach. Breach feels notably like the one people are enjoying the most. Do you feel like that one's overtuned? And the other one, I mean, I don't know anyone who actually does strong boxes, so where do you want those and essences in particular, especially when it comes to the how often essences are not really rolling greater essences. Like, you don't really see greater essences very often. I actually saw more in the campaign than I have in any of my in-game maps. So I'm curious about kind of league mechanics as it ties into in-game in particular.
Yeah, I mean, look, we just need to do a lot of balance here, and that's really all it is. And that, once again, just comes down to the relative lack of testing that in-game had before launch compared to other content. So yeah, there's just a lot of balance to do here.
It was meant to be more that essences, strong boxes, and like precursor artifacts are like the things you find that you can't anticipate coming. I understand you can spec into them, that is a thing, but it's meant to be more like a thing you find that you don't know is coming, whereas the I know we refer to them all as leagues, but like, let's say the ritual, expedition, etc., the ones you know are coming and that you're investing into. So you have these two categories where you have the ones you are adding and investing into, and then you have the other ones that are meant to be more exciting random finds. And it's safe to say, obviously, you know, there are so many essences that finding non-greater essences isn't giving you that dopamine, especially in in-game. And finding a strong box is like anti-dopamine right now, because it just makes you feel bad, because you're like, oh, either this, and you just want to run away. So, look, it's safe to say that those failed at achieving that goal, hence why we have to make some improvements to them for sure. But I want to make sure that there's those two layers of things, where one's the stuff you predict is coming, you can see the icons, you can apply them with the, you know, there's the base types of the precursor tablets to apply, and then you have the things where it's like, I hope I find an essence, because it's like, I hope I get the good one that's worth, you know, way too many of those divine orbs. So yeah, having both layers is important. So yeah, and we'll continue to add ones at that upper level that get a tablet, and then we'll continue to add ones that are more at that random find excitement in the map that you don't know is coming. Because you don't want to put it all on one layer where you know everything that's coming necessarily, because then nothing is exciting. And you can do exciting within that to some degree, but not always.
I mean, really it all is to say that like there are some of these that just aren't as good as the others, and we just have to improve them. But what I will say is that the breach monster density is probably a little on the high side. Like, it's actually to the point, by the way, where like we get a bunch of error messages in the logs for failing to spawn monsters in breach, because they're packed so tightly together that they don't even spawn anymore. So there's actually like there's an issue there that we have to do something
like
about.
Hundreds.
Yeah.
Like so actual hundreds of error logs of just like cannot fail to place monster due to lack of space.
Yeah. So yeah, like that there was a joke if we could release reduce breach monster density by 20%, and the players wouldn't even see it, because it would just result in less error messages for us. So, you know, like there are actually some stuff that needs to be sorted out there. But we don't want, like, okay, what I don't want is people to feel like, oh, we're just like nerfing that into the ground or something like that. We definitely don't want to do that. But some of the other league mechanics just need some addressing to make them, as you know, better. And yeah, they just need to be better. And yeah, it'll all just come down to us like experiencing them and seeing if they suck, we'll improve them. And like right now, I know that Strongbox has got the most improvement in this patch, and I know Essence has got like at least some adjustment to make them a little bit less crap. And there's probably a few more adjustments.
That's more about the combat than the itemization. That's something we still need to look into.
Right. So there's just stuff like, we just need to improve all that stuff until it's good, right? I mean, simple as that, really.
Fair enough. How do you guys feel about the progression of players entering into mapping, going from map tier 1 to you're doing tier 16s, and then into pinnacle bossing? How do you feel like the pacing in there? They give you, one reason I bring it up is in PoE 1, we have like the quest invite version of boss fights that will happen at different iterations, so you probably know where I'm going.
So we're not really happy with how that is right now. Like, we're not happy with how the quest, the quests that effectively we give you are just like do X many of tier Y maps. And honestly, like, we can do a lot better. That's kind of a larger. It's something that I would have loved to be able to just solve instantly, but like it does need some more work. And I think there's a few different areas of this. So one of them is that like just the way the progression feels just isn't as good as PoE 1 in some way. That's kind of slightly hard to define. Like in terms of just like the feeling of like the progress you're making just isn't quite right. So I think we need to do more. Like there might be some changes we have to make to how the Atlas works to make that better.
Certainly want some bosses between those points.
Yeah. Like you need, it just needs more of a
and
feeling
I don't mean
of
random ones. I mean like actual ones. You know, still along a series of objective-driven kind of narrative-involved things where you're getting your. It's still an end game, not pinnacle. Boss at tier 6 and maybe at tier 11, and they're the quest versions, and you're doing those, and then maybe there's Uber versions, and I'm just rambling.
There just needs to be more going on with regard to how that progression feels. So that's one element. So the next one is that the tutorialization of the end game is not really there. Like we need to do more around this so that like it actually sort of eases you into end game a little bit better. As far as like if you're a new player, like we kind of just throw you in the deep like. We fixed a lot of things about the introduction to the game through the campaign, but then you get to endgame and it's kind of like we don't really do enough to kind of really ease you in there, I would say. And then I did have a third point, but I can't remember what it was now. There was something about that. Oh yeah, that's right. And it sort of ties in a little bit to what I was. This kind of was covered a little bit with what Mark was saying just a second ago. But like the way that you progress through the tiers, like you can go through the tiers too quickly and then you kind of get left behind with like what rewards you should be getting, and like in order for us to fix that we kind of need to make each tier more meaningful with regard to what you have to do there and what's going on. So there'll probably just be more there at endgame just to kind of make it feel like more of a progression and more of a and that can include more storyline elements and more things like that. There just needs to be more basically just there to make that progression feel better. The game does take a bit of a turn suddenly when you get to endgame of like it doesn't really feel like it really does feel very different from campaign to end game, and as I said, it's just a matter of sort of easing that transition, making that a little bit better and smoothing out that more for sure.
I want to hone into 2 points here, because you talk about it feels like a different game, sort of a different sense of progression at least. As you go from campaign into action. This is a question we're going to ask later, but it seems a good time to ask it now. Is that intended, and do you like that as a design principle? Because I've seen people say that they really like the campaign, and me myself, I like the difference, but I've seen people state that they really enjoy the campaign pacing, then they get to maps and they feel like it starts blasting, it's almost a different game at that point. So I think the audience would love to know how you feel about that difference.
I do actually, I mean, you do need to get to the point at some point where you feel incredibly powerful. However, I would say that there is like a bit of a switch flip right now that's kind of not quite right. Like there's definitely something that ain't right going on there.
Well, there's two. There is the character power side. I mean, a lot of people are getting to endgame. Excuse me. A lot of people are getting to endgame and they aren't just becoming gods all of a sudden, right? A lot of people are struggling and falling off and can't sustain maps and are dying. And, it's not like you get to endgame and all of a sudden you're ultra powerful. But a lot of people are getting to endgame and then are just lost as to what to do, right? Like a lot of players really like to be told exactly, here's what you do, here's what you do, here's what you do, here's your next objective, here's the thing to look forward to. And something just like complete 10 tier 1 maps is not a fun objective, right? That's just like, okay, sure, I'll do that. Where we could do that a lot better, right? Go to this place, travel here, do this exact thing, discover this, do a tower, run this breach, all these things we can have obviously way better objectives and ones that we could still design. And you're getting your passive points for each, and you're like, okay, the next thing it wants me to do is this exact thing, not just, I've completed my 10, now it just wants me to complete tier 2 maps. I see. I'll just keep going. Sure. So there's no like, whereas the campaign's very story is like, go kill this boss, get here, and you got NPCs talking to you and everything. And then all of a sudden it's just, now I'm killing stuff, ticking up this ticker. And, a lot of people probably aren't really getting into, based on the tutorialization, they're not really getting into the towers, the tablets, all of that stuff. And then they're just also possibly finding it a bit too hard and they're dying. And so, it's not, is friendly to the people who, especially non-PoE 1 players, it's not as friendly to them as we would want it to be at all. That being said, like, obviously, there is also the capacity at that point to just be like, all right, I'm going to change my build to do this or go do this, and now I'm just, like, obliterating everything everywhere. And you don't have all those, like, story events breaking up your flow of gameplay. It's just, like, map, kill everything, map, kill everything, map, kill everything, which people love. But yes, for those who know how to do that, that happens too soon. And for those who don't know how to do it, they're like getting stuck in a hole and finding themselves very lost. So yeah, 2 sets of improvements. The people that are going to obliterate everything, they're going to have their fun no matter what. They'll get there a bit later, sure, if that's how you want to think about it. But it's way more important to not just have that like very much narrative driven change in pace where all of a sudden it's just like, and it's gone. And now you're just doing, kind of random stuff. What am I supposed to do next kind of thing? And yeah. So yeah, there's a lot going wrong there. More content would do it, more time on it, more quests, more, you know. But again, PoE 1 had a lot of this stuff, and it had so many different axes. If you didn't like one thing, you could do another. If you didn't like that, you could do another, and you could do certain things earlier or later. And we just need to get to that point where there's just more better, without overcomplicating everything.
So my last follow-up to this in-game topic, and I'll send over the guys to continue the conversation elsewhere. So you mentioned that there's a little bit of a separation from what I'm hearing about people that like know how the blast, like they're going to go anyway, right? They're going to crush through and destroy it. Then you have the people that are like kind of learning the game, getting into the end game that might like get stuck and lost. How do you feel about the, one pour though? Then now that the game has been out of the wild, does the one pour though feel like it's widening that gap and punishing players who maybe are learning the game too much? But it's the people who are going to blast regardless. It doesn't matter because they're not going to be dying consistently in maps. So how do you feel about one pour though state of mapping currently, as well as XP loss still being fairly significant, even though in the previous interview was stated that you don't feel like you need to have the XP loss as much, considering you do have that one pour though defense. Right. We're in a state where we currently have both of them.
So first of all, we did discuss quite a lot about whether or not we want to go back on one portal or not, and I think that it comes down to the fact that I think that it just would really not feel the same if like the whole death actually mattering thing. I think is actually important. Like I think we sort of decided, like, because we discussed because we were talking about the pinnacle boss thing. Obviously, the discussion came up of like, okay, should we just be allowing 6 portals everywhere? Should we be allowing checkpoints everywhere? And I think we ultimately decided like we really don't want to go that way if possible. So we're gonna try like that, and that's kind of where we came to like, well, first we'll try with this pinnacle stuff. We'll like make sure that that's like something, because that's actually something we've got like true economic value that you need to actually preserve. And so it matters a lot more, and like the amount of time it takes you to get there and everything that matters. But I think if like then to me, I feel like to be a game, you have to have some level of failure being possible, and the 6 portal thing, like it really just does. To me, it just never really led to a situation where you felt like you really could fail in the same way. So yeah, I'm not really a fan. I much prefer the whole like one death thing. As for XP penalty, part of the thinking around that is that like it's kind of keeping you in the place where you're supposed to be, as far as like, if you're dying all the time, then you're probably not ready to keep going up the power curve. But I mean, maybe that's like the wrong way to look at it. I'm not sure. I don't know if you've got any different thoughts about this.
If you're dying, right now there's too many penalty axes. So if you are dying all the time, you're not going to get maps, and thus you're not going to go anywhere. And you also, it's kind of like an add insult to injury. You're also now just not leveling. So
but you do have to have it. So
I agree. I think there's a few axes, and I think they're just a bit too severe when all combined together. Combined with, I also think that the very start of maps is just too difficult. Like, I think we should ease into that a little bit. So bring that down a bit and then ramp the difficulty up. Well, I mean, we could hit the same spot, but I think it's just a little bit, and I think that's mostly due to the number of rare monsters and the obviously monster combinations. Because you can kind of avoid bosses, and like I don't mind. I think that's a little bit of a different situation, but you get all these monsters you haven't seen in ages, and they all combine together, and so you have to kind of like, generally when you go into those areas, you learn what the monsters are doing and how they're combining, and then you maybe die once or twice if you're not, ultra powerful. And then you get into maps and you're immediately sprung on like heaps of different monster permutations, and they're doing things, and you're getting killed all the time, and there's a lot to learn. You do the next map and you're like, well, I can't take the learnings of that previous map and apply it to this next map because it's a whole different set of monsters. So there's nothing to really take from one map to another, aside from just like maybe playing a bit more carefully, or like, not being so overzealous and whatnot. So it's just a little bit difficult there, and I suspect we need to bring down the difficulty a little bit and ease people into it a bit more. But I need to think about it certainly a lot more, and actually get a little bit more analytics on it as well, and actually see what the actual problems are. And again, I read a lot more feedback, honestly.
Sure.
It would be nice if there was a way to deal with the fact that, so I mean, like, okay, the penalty for not clearing a map, we remove the extra content from the map, and it would be nice if you could just spend another map and still be able to do that content. But unfortunately, that isn't possible. Like, so for example, if you failed on the boss, then you just spend another map and then you can fight the boss again and do that whole thing, right? Like, that would be nice if that was the case. But unfortunately, we can't do that because it would open up too many economic abuse things where like you fail the map intentionally because you want to farm the items to the rest of the area. So it's very difficult for us to come up with a solution, like, because I really would prefer that, honestly. It'd be nice if we were able to come up with a solution that would allow you to redo content by spending an extra map without having to like have all the problems that being able to rerun a single map would actually cause. So yeah, like I sort of wish I could come up with a thing for that.
I personally want to keep the one portal and adjust the other axes and see how that plays out before compromising on the one portal. But yeah, it's a bit tricky. It certainly is the case. We have discussed this so many times. Like it's come up, and before we released it, it's like people are going to definitely complain about this, and we're like, we know, and we haven't found the solution.
It's a common question. Had to ask. Yeah, I understand.
Fair enough. Yeah.
So now there's a lot more people. Well, now there's a lot more feedback and a lot more people. It's much easier for us to get the specifics on how we could get it right, like for sure. Not to say it's now trivial to do. It's still hard. But there's a lot more information there for us to be able to,